Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, April the 25th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, William. And somebody in YouTube maybe can help me out there also. So, guys, before we take a look at the market, just take a quick look at the leaderboard. Oliver is back on top. Okay. And with 102,000, Andre and now in second place, 98. And Mohammed has come out of nowhere. I hadn't seen Mohammed at all, so he's in third place now. So we'll have to wait for the market to open, of course, for new trades to come in. So this is the last day of the contest. So good luck to Oliver and anybody else who might be in our trading room who is in this contest. Now, so Meta, guys, Meta had earnings after hours, and look at the thumping it took. Now, when you look at the report, it looked awesome. I mean, revenue is way up, but I guess it's the guidance. Maybe I don't know. Markets reading too much into how much Zuckerberg is trying to get into the glasses, and I really don't know. I mean, I read through it; it looked really good, but anyway, the market is just thumping Meta. Again, to be down 15% with 2.2 billion in the float is a huge number. So we'll see if this is a gross exaggeration and maybe it's going to have a recovery. I know William is in it, trying to play a bounce on this, but we'll have to see what happened. Now, the other one that happened also was IBM. IBM had earnings after hours, and IBM, another one that got thumped down. So the technology stocks are getting ripped this morning. Look at the SPY. Now the SPY on top of that, now the SPY was already moving down ahead of those economic numbers, but so the SPY was already doing this, and then the economic numbers came in at 8:30, and the market did not like that either. So we are now the metaverse. Yeah, the metaverse. That was what I was. That was the word I was looking for. So anyway, it looked pretty good the last couple of days in the SPY, defending 500 pretty well, but now we're back at that 500. So we'll have to see what happens once this market opens. There are other things, BRFH. I don't see. No, it's interesting to me because this is another one of these food companies. Now we've seen Edible, and we saw another one yesterday, and on really no news. I don't see any news for this one either. But it's up 83%, 7.5 million in the float. Of course, it has come all the way back down from $5 down to 190. So can't expect. I don't really expect much. This one, Ulbi, not very much volume yet. Actually, the volume is starting to pick up. Ulbi, ULBI. This is an earnings play. Ultralife Corporation. This is an earnings play. Why it could be interesting is when you look left, the next high is way up here at 1191. So it does have some room. Actually, there's a high right there. Yeah, 1033. So there's a high right there at 1033. So it would have to take that out probably. But after that, there's a lot of room for this to run if it wants to. Now, with the market doing what it's doing, I think it's going to be tougher to have any runners today, even if they're good, solid earnings plays. Now, the other one that really is interesting to me is TAL, TAL. Now, recall this is another China education stock. Recall yesterday we had EDU, which is maybe the bigger of the two. Bigger certainly in market cap. We had EDU, which is another China education stock, and recall what it did yesterday. I mean, it had a nice bit of a recovery, but before it recovered, it was thumped all the way down here, down to 72 from 90 the day before, and then it kind of recovered. Still a big red bar. So I was wondering how Tal would do today, but Tal is completely different. But I wouldn't be surprised if it faded. Okay, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it faded, but we'll have to wait and see once this market opens. No dark mode. No dark mode. No dark mode. Okay, I know we get this question. We're getting this question quite a bit now. You cannot run the software in dark mode. Not certainly from. There's no option within Trade Ideas to do that. All right. HZO is another earnings play. This is down 12% on earnings. HZO, Marine Max. This is not quite, no, it's not quite an all-time low. But you know what is very close to an all-time low is Hertz. Hertz is another earnings play. HTZ. HTZ is another earnings play. And this is basically an all-time low now, not counting, of course, whatever happened in the pre-market. Optinose, OPTN, it's having a bit of a day. Now, I don't see any news on it other than a forecast of what we can expect when they release earnings in May, May the 9th. So, I mean, expects to produce positive income from operations for full year 2025. But that's not an official earnings report. It's not until the 9th, but I guess they're trying to precondition the market. Love is not getting any love, right? I thought I couldn't remember if it was down. Yeah. So Southwest Airlines, LUV, other airlines earnings play today. Look at this gap down on the daily chart. Flipping all of this out, all of this area out. So gapping down on earnings. And you guys have been talking about, yeah, Mara, CLSK, and Riot. I guess certainly Mara and Riot, two of the bigger Bitcoin miners, just getting moving down, as well as Bitcoin. So now Mara and Riot will more or less follow Bitcoin after the halving event. AIRE. A nice day yesterday, great day yesterday, in fact, and a continuation play today. Yeah, so John Larson in our YouTube room is saying, if you want dark, play with your Windows accessibility contrast themes. Okay, so it's nothing, it's just not a setting from within Trade Ideas. So we have a lot of earnings plays, guys. Obviously, I'm not going to get to them all, but we have a lot of earnings plays. Thank you for that, John. Just looking to see if there's anything else that could be a little bit interesting in terms of an earnings play. This is not earnings, but PCSA. So as Draw pointed out, it was holding the VWAP at 219. Still trying to hold the VWAP at 219. So you guys are talking about Comcast, CMCSA. Yeah, this is an earnings play. So, it's funny because after hours, it looked pretty good. If you look at my 15-minute chart and you see the purple area here, mauve area here, you notice it had a nice pop after hours, kind of holding, kind of holding, kind of holding, and then all of a sudden, no. So now it's down for the day. Yeah, there's FBL. Tough guy. Thank you, tough guy. Yeah, FBL, I should have mentioned this one. This is down big also, FBL. Well, okay, right, right. This is yeah, this is you want to go you want to go long You want to buy this one? Actually, you probably just where's the flip of it? You know, there's got to be a flip of it. Do you want to short? You want to short Meta? I just don't know what the flip of this is. It should be up here somewhere. Ugh, it's going to be a tough open, guys. But this was already happening after hours yesterday because of Meta. Really, it's all about Meta after hours anyway. But now we got the economic numbers that came in at 8:30. Market didn't like those either. So we're in for a tough day. Yeah, the SPY is down a lot now, six points. So let's take a look. This is not going to be pretty looking. File, load from cloud, and take a look at the major sectors before the market opens. The only thing that could be positive is maybe energy, maybe. Sorry, guys, here goes my computer as I load this. No. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. Okay, so there's XLE, the major ETF for energy. 90% down. What does that mean? 90% in red. What does that mean? That means that 90% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay. And so you can see technology. Now, here's something interesting. So technology, 80% are down. But look at TER. This is what I like to see. When you see that 80% of the stocks that make up XLK, technology sector, but here's TER really running counter. Obviously, probably is an earnings play. Yes. So this is an earnings play. So you might want to keep an eye on TER. I mean, maybe it'll fade. Maybe it'll be a great fade. Maybe it'll just keep moving, but it's definitely running counter to the sector. I mean, it's up 4%, whereas virtually every other stock is down from yesterday's close. TYL is also up, probably an earnings play. These are more expensive stocks, but same thing with materials. This is Newmont, isn't it? Newmont Gold. So this is a gold play. So look at the materials. 77% are down, but Newmont. So most of the time, probably if a stock is acting contrary to what the its sector is doing, probably it's an earnings play. So there's Newmont, NEM. What else do we have here? But I would definitely keep an eye on TER. Yeah, I would definitely keep an eye on TER, guys. I mean, that's definitely running. Definitely, definitely, definitely. Yeah, Steve, they're talking about complete dark mode for the software. They're not talking about just the chart. I don't think so. They're not talking about the chart. I guess I've been oblivious to all this. I like I like this mode. Whatever it looks like, whatever this is, light mode. But yeah, you can change the charts any way you want, but I don't think that's what they're talking about. So let's take a look at some of the major sectors again. XLU probably is still drifting away from the 200-day moving average, even more so today. Yeah, here's the 200-day moving average. So this was the one that was in jeopardy. So there's well, right now, all of the major sectors are above the 200-day moving average again, but this was the closest one, I think. And there's that blue line there. That's the 200-day moving average, 122. So it's just a little bit above it. So I'm just really now looking at see if there's anything else creeping in. Excuse me, creeping in here. It's just a term trader. So if I take a big chart, okay, and I just sort of turn it into a small, like almost like a little thumbnail. Okay, it's just a way. I mean, that you can make it as small as you want. It's just a term that's used. Okay, so these are my thumbnail charts. These charts do not. So these are these are some of the ones that I want to follow all day. Okay, but everybody will have a different idea about what they want to follow. Okay, but that's all. It's just basically taking a bigger chart and making it a lot smaller. Well, this isn't a dock window. Okay, I mean it doesn't whether it's floating on its own, like my gap ups, or like this chart here is just free floating. It doesn't matter. It's got nothing to do whether it's in a docked window or if it's floating around. Okay, it's just the concept is just having a little chart so you can that you want to keep maybe on a stock you want to keep an eye on all day or several stocks. That's what I call a thumbnail chart anyway. Um, yeah, I don't know what the short is. I mean, I'm surprised it's not up here. FBL. There's a flip of this. This is if you wanted to. Well, if Meta has a reversal, then you can probably buy this. You can buy this if that's how you want to play it. But I don't see it up here. I don't see what the short of this is. I'm surprised. There's got to be one. Give me a moment, guys. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. So when I change a channel, how do I save windows in one channel on my screen when I change? Okay, first of all, when you change a channel, what are you talking about? Are you talking about going into our toolbar? Sorry, into new? And you should always, if you're going to change a channel, it should always be dock channel bar you use. Then whatever layout you've got will not disappear. Okay. Okay. I won't be able to help you right now, trader. Okay. I mean, getting set for the open. And so, but, give me, I don't know, 35, 40 minutes. Okay. A little after 10 o'clock. I can probably go over this in a little more detail. But when you say when you change a channel, I'm not sure what, first of all, so if you have a layout, like I have a layout right here, okay? If I want to go to a channel from the channel bar, then, no problem. My layout will remain underneath, okay? And of course, my computer going crazy when I do that. But that's only if you click on new and then dock to channel bar. Do not use channel bar, okay? It's a pet peeve of mine that we still have this up here. Because if you use the dock channel bar, then whatever you've got on your screen will remain. All right, guys, let's see if there's anything new that's showing up here. Again, we've got their top ones right here. This BRFH, I think is just kind of, I mean, first of all, I think it's probably not going to go anywhere. I mean, it hit five in the pre market, right back down to 179. It's still up 73%, 7.5 million in the float. I see no news on it. I think it's just I may be wrong, but I mean, we had edible EDBL, and then we had another one yesterday. I can't remember what it was. I think maybe they do. Yeah, the company yesterday was another food company with dry fruit and stuff. This is specializing in blended frozen beverages, smoothies, etc. And again, the last day of the channels, the last day of the challenge, guys. So Oliver, right on top. Mohammed has got an open profit. He's got $45,000. I don't know what he's in. Excuse me. So he must have held this overnight. Okay, and when the market opens, he's either going to be really happy. Oh, okay, just popped a little bit here. So whatever he's in. Oh, nice to hear, Renee. Renee. It is going to be an interesting day, though, to say the least, with the SPY. See what happens. See if it can recover over 500 again. But not looking good. I mean, Meta really put a damper on the market. This is before the economic numbers, okay? Economic numbers did not help, but Meta really put a damper on the market. Well, you know what? I can cheat. And I can find out what he's in. I will not say anything, but well, I mean, Renee, I mean, any of these stocks here are obviously fast moving stocks, so I mean, you can just concentrate on this really. These are just fast moving stocks. They tend to be low floats. So if you're looking to make four, I mean, it's not going to be easy, 4%, you know, I mean, 4% on a $1 stock. So that's a dollar four. If you're talking about scalping, that is not, that's nothing that I get into at all. You know, I cannot answer a question like that because I don't get into, if you're talking like a dollar, so it went to a dollar four, that's 4%. Well, that is not my style. I have no idea what, that's more Jamie's style. Next Wednesday, Jamie's in our YouTube room, but you've got to take a lot of shares. You've got to, you got to take a lot of shares to make money on a stock that moves 4 cents, as an example, on a $1 stock to make any money on it. So it's pretty risky, in my opinion. So I'm the wrong person. There's not one channel or scan that I can set that I can give to you that says, well, this is what I would do. Speaking of which, I will now get ready for the open. So I'm going to close. I'll unpin windows. And I'm just going to load my layout that I use once this market opens. Because the other thing, I mean, I'll just use $1 as an example, Renee. You have to have the tightest spread possible. That's another thing. You have to have, basically a penny spread. Now, if it's a $10 stock, of course, now you're talking 40 cents. But again, I'm just not I'm not into scalping like that. So I don't have anything that I can just say, well, try this. Is the the short float percent? Um, Typically, I don't really pay that much attention to it, but I mean, if I were going to pay a lot more attention to the short float percent, I would probably use maybe 15%. Anything 15 and over is getting pretty is getting up there. I mean, 5% is, I mean, it's not bad, I guess. I know what you're saying. Okay, if 5% of the float is short, it's a very small float to begin with. Okay, guys. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Okay. So I try to let things settle down a little bit and see what happens now. Also, what time is it right now? 9:28. So if you have first of all, if you're part of this test drive that wraps up at the end of the market on Monday, 4 o'clock Monday, 4 p.m. Eastern time on Monday. And of course, if you're in the test drive or in the contest right now, or even if you're new to Trade Ideas and you have our premium service, this is all I would do to watch our AI. Okay. Again, click on new from our toolbar. We have three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one, premium AI strategy trades window. Okay. Premium AI strategy trades window. This is the window that you're going to see. Notice there's nothing in it yet. There will not be an alert until at least 10 minutes after the market opens. So at 9:40. It doesn't mean we'll get an alert at 9:40. Now, how you trade it, if you trade anything that you see here, of course, is up to you. Okay. But again, this window will be blank until at least 9:40. All right, guys, we are now open. Give me one moment, please. Give me one moment, guys. Okay, not all, the only thing I can suggest, Alan, is now look at Tal, guys. This is kind of what I was thinking might happen. Look at Tal. Again, China education stock. Now it's gone negative. This could get really ugly, of course, with the market. But the only thing I can suggest, Alan, is you check your spam folder. Okay, check your spam folder, and if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. Otherwise, I can't really help you. I can only send you to our homepage. They can take a look at your email and see why. So just give me a moment and I'll direct you. You click on my homepage link. Okay. Click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. And when it says need help, click on the need help, click on the ask. Okay. And then click on the chat and just say, hey, here's my email address. I have subscribed to Trade of the Week. I'm not getting it. But again, I suggest you take a look at your spam folder first. And if you have Gmail, your promotions folder, okay? Just a minute, guys. I've got to get my. Okay, there's our leaderboard right now, our current leaderboard. Okay, so there's Andre. Sorry, Oliver is still leading. And Luca, Luca's been sneaky. And here's our Andy. Andy from Trade Ideas is here. I know what he's in. Okay, Alan, yeah, I can't help you other than just you have to go and click on my homepage link, go to the need help, and say, here's my email address. Why am I not getting them? Okay. I personally cannot help you other than telling you to go to our homepage or my homepage and then clicking on the help. Okay. Seems to happen sometimes, and I don't know why for certain people. I just don't know why. All right, guys. Now, pins. Is this an earnings play? Pinterest. Is this an earnings play? PINS, and it is not an earnings play. Earnings play on the 30th, but it is moving down. Broke down through the 200-day moving average. Of course, a lot of stocks are going to look like this, guys. Okay, obviously, especially any of these technology type stocks. The market is that's a big drop. Well, Meta obviously is still moving down because I'm seeing this FBL. This is showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. This is a way in which you can short Meta using FBL. Ford had earnings, guys. Ford had earnings, but I just don't see the market unless the market puts in some kind of a bottom finally. I don't see any of these. Well, in fact, look at this. It just went negative. So Ford had earnings, looked really good after hours, got up to 1361, but now it's basically flat. So I'm just anticipating a lot of even a good earnings play. I'm anticipating a lot of fades. Yeah, Ruben, RBBN. This was an AI alert yesterday, I believe. Yeah. So actually, a nice second day continuation off earnings. No, I'm sorry, not off earnings. It was at earnings on the 24th. Well, actually, it was an earnings play yesterday. Sorry, it was an earnings play yesterday. Also, our AI picked it up. Now it's a continuation. Maybe getting into a resistance area up here around 365. All right, guys. Well, you know who's going to really take over? Who could really take over now is Andy, and I'll tell you why. Well, I won't tell you why. But here's the leaderboard. This is Andy from Trade Ideas here. Whoa! Look at Oliver now, guys. Look at Oliver now. Now, for those who don't know, Oliver won the contest the last time we held it, which was February. Now he's establishing a pretty big lead right now. And Andre, who had been leading for most of the 2 days, really, now is slipping into second place. All right, guys, 9:39. So we'll see if there's any alerts from our AI at 9:40. Again, it doesn't have to be, but that's the earliest we'll get one. All right, now, look at this one. MBLY, guys, probably an earnings play. Yeah, this is an earnings play. Mobileye Global MBLY, and this is ugh, kicked right now. Now the low, it got down to that low on the daily chart. That low right there is 28.75. That's got down to 28.71. So that might hold it. If it doesn't, though, look underneath 27.35. And with this market doing what it's doing, well, that is, I mean, it was pretty choppy in the pre-market, looked pretty good actually. And then the market opens and a giant red bar. All right. Keep an eye on the BR, I guess the BRFH. It did get up to 5 in the pre-market, and it tried to poke its head above 2. Really, it was a forward split. Really, thank you, draw. Um, where's the 200-day? So there's the VWAP at 210. So I'm going to stick in a price alert just over the VWAP and see if I can take that out and maybe run a bit. Hog, is this an earnings play? HOG? Yeah, it's another earnings play through the 200-day moving average. And see, William, you were long it. So this is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Again, a little early for me to take trades, but going to take a look at race. Ferrari. Yeah, it's way out of the price range I like to trade, but okay. I mean, just looking at it, okay, we have an AI alert now. So it has earnings on the 7th. It's not trading though. I mean, 34,000. So I don't know what to say. I mean, it's not trading yet at all. I mean, 34,000 shares. That's it. I mean, obviously, if it can hold, I mean, this is a key level, the low of I guess this week, 405. But I don't really know what else I can say. There's just no volume. And as far, I'm not a swing trader, so I mean, I couldn't tell. I mean, it's obviously in a bit of a decline, and the market today is not going to help. Certainly, as an intraday trade, I wouldn't even be looking at it because the volume. I mean, the volume may pick up, but there's no volume yet. 35,000 shares. All right, guys. Now, Dawn is an AI alert. Now, here's the issue I have with it. Okay. The 200-day moving average is at 1354. That's not that far away. Okay. So the AI is suggesting a short on it. There was the alert price at 1380, but that 200-day moving average, I mean, that could be a support area. Why do you say that? This is meant to be our next hot stock day trade. Why do you say that, Stone Mason, regarding race? All right. Wow. Hog guys. Now we've got some already. We've got some halts resumed. So, oh, I see. Okay. Well, good luck to him if he thinks that's going to be the next hot day trade. There's no volume, so I mean, in my opinion, pretty hard to trade something that's not trading very much, but as an intraday trade. But oh, how ugly is this, guys? So this EJH. Well, William, I don't know about you and Hog here. This is This is looking pretty bleak. I know you're going to keep adding maybe, but 32.35, that is your next low looking left on the weekly chart. What's the float for air? We have 10 million, 10.5 million. This biomarine, yeah, well, I'm going to call it biomarine. Another earnings play, guys, and this is just getting hammered now too. And this is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, the alert was at 82.88, so it's not that far below, and this has got room to run. Yeah, 82.55 is the low here on the weekly chart. So if it can take that out, $76 underneath, guys. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but this is a pretty bleak looking earnings play right now. I would definitely keep an eye on BMRN. If it can get underneath that 82.55 again. All right. Well, here's the BRFH right back over two again. The VWAP is 208. So it's trying to let's see if it can hold that VWAP. I'm really interested in this BMRN as a short. And why I'm seeing it, it showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. There was the original alert price, 82.88. I'm not saying it's going to take all this out, but boy, this has got some serious room underneath if it wants to do it. And it's down 9%. What's the float? 187 million. So it shouldn't be, it's not going to be crazy. Again, that's right now, that's my focus. Meanwhile, guys, Hertz. HTZ is now moving down on earnings, all-time low. Okay, again, I'm continuing to watch the BMRN. It's just sort of hanging around 83 right now. I mean, listen, it may bounce a lot, but are my no. You mean all the scanners that you see on my homepage? No, not at all. Okay, guys, I am now taking a look at the gap continuation. Yeah, no, I've got that open. These are on my other monitors, okay? The reason I don't have all the scans that I'm watching on this main monitor that I share, it'd be too overwhelming for people. The company actually told me not to do that. So, so they want to keep it very simple, and I tend to agree. But I'm sharing. I mean, I'm sharing all the scans you see on my homepage. I am sharing, of course. And you have your choice of whether which ones you want to open or not. And as would be expected, though, on the 10-day, this is a very active scan today, the 10-day daily breakdown, because of what the market is doing, breaking down. A lot of these are going to be earnings plays. Okay. And that's where I saw the BMRN. Now it flipped on me, but what I want to do is I'm going to stick an alert at around 83 and see if it takes that out later on. Whoa. Okay, guys, we've got a little switch in the leaderboard now. So Andre has overtaken Oliver. There's Andy, our Andy. When I say our Andy, Andy from Trade Ideas is right there. So now Andre must have had a pretty good trade somewhere. I don't know what it was, but there's Oliver now. So this is going to be a real horse race, guys. So again, guys, so you can see what happened with Dawn. I mean, it did actually pop down through the 200-day moving average in a big way, but then it popped right back up. So let's see if it can take out that 200-day moving average again. Okay, because I mean, I really didn't. I mean, that must have been a quick flash down, and now it's right back up. The reason I'm showing this one, this is from our AI. LUXH. This is a little hotel. Yeah, Lux Urban Hotels. Where could it go? I don't like it. Why not? Well, I look left and I just see there's a little bit of resist. Now, if it can get through this 110, there is some room to 130 for LUXH. All right, guys. I'm looking at some of my. I mean, there's Hertz. Hertz is just getting kicked now. Really getting kicked. So Hertz is an all-time low right now, guys. As the new Hertz, when it came back trading from got off the pinks. So this is an all-time low now for Hertz HGZ. Hertz came from well, it's coming from the 10-day daily breakdown, and now it's also showing up in the combo scanner, as I call it. Okay, it's the first one. I don't think we had one yesterday. Well, we had one, HELE. Now it's a little bit extended, but it's an all-time low. Oops. No, there's Dawn now. Dawn again is at the 200-day moving average. Okay, right at the 200-day moving average. 1354 is the 200-day. So it did get down here. This is an AI alert. It got down to 1317. Boy, it's got room underneath, guys. I mean, if it can take this out again, because look left on the weekly chart, the next low is 1149. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get down there, but man, that is a big low down there. All right, guys. Mara is trying to reverse here. Okay, Mara is trying to reverse. I don't know what Bitcoin I see is trying to move a little higher now. So Mara is trying to do a reversal, MARA. And as would be expected, there's a lot of activity because we have a ton of earnings plays. Okay, a lot of earnings plays, and this is the first big week. We've got about 600 companies this week. We've got to have about 1,000 next week. All right, guys, BMRN now after the pull up, it's right back down to where I had the alert. No, it isn't. I'm sorry, it is not. I'm sorry. The alert was at 82.88, so it's still a dollar above that. Okay, let's take a look at our leaderboard now, guys. Again, Oliver is holding a slim lead over Andre. Our Andy, when I say our Andy, some of you know Andy. Andy will be in our YouTube room tomorrow. That's his Fridays, unless he and Steve are switching today. Sometimes he and Steve switch. Okay, guys, Hertz making new lows. HTZ making new lows. Not just new lows, but new all-time lows. Well, this one's been halted and resumed several times. EJH. Look at this, crazy. Hertz, guys, new low, another new low, new all-time low, new daily low, of course. Boy, Upstart, another one that just this is a gap down and go, the gap down, and it's continuing to move down. Ah, so in our YouTube room, make this tech work from our YouTube room. Yeah, make sure you're in the right, if you're in the contest, make sure you have picked the right one in terms of the account. Okay, you got to be sure, you don't be in the TI paper trading, be in the cashola. Okay. Now, I freely admit, guys, I didn't realize that I was in the contest. Okay, I was demonstrating something to for somebody, and normally I don't go into the cashola, but I actually took 50,000 shares short of this CCEP yesterday late and at 138, but I dumped it this morning. If not, you would see me is somewhere up here. I don't go into the contest. I didn't. I thought I had to actually enter, but I guess as long as you have access to this, you're in the contest. So, well, I'm short. Okay, trader. I can't. I mean, for me, anything that's making an all-time low on earnings, until it gives me a reason to get out, I am short. Hertz, and and again, big one for me. It came in the combo scan also. And it was a little earlier here on the 10-day daily breakdown, 481. But it's up to you. I mean, it may bounce, but until I see any reason to get out of it, I'm not getting out of it. And you see every time I have a sound alert on this one. Some of you know it is the oink oink, the pig sound. So every time I hear it, I'm always hoping that HTZ is making another new low. Kind of like that. Look at this. Wow. Okay, BMRN now. Am I too late? It's actually called It's actually called the combo scan. So what time is it now? 10:05? Well, let me just show you where it is. It's been very inactive over the last few days, but I mean it's never that active, maybe only 5 or 6 a day. But I think once we get more and more into earnings season, we're going to have a lot more in that one because you will get the 10-day daily breaks. But if you click on my homepage link, and you scroll down until you see the scan section, and it's right at the bottom here. Okay. And the reason we don't get too many alerts is because it's a combination of two scans, which on their own have some pretty tough filters to satisfy. So when you combine those two scans, it's really you're not going to get very many alerts. Okay, I'm gonna go over all this in about 15 minutes. Yeah, exactly. No longs in it all week. Yeah, some nice reversals, guys. I do have my reversal scan up on my other monitor. I am sharing it now. Look at Meta now, guys. Meta is now having a bounce. I don't know if William is still in this one, but Meta now is having a nice bounce. I mean, off 413, 432 now. Yeah, I may just back off this BMRN. I mean, it looks so awesome to me because if it can really take this out, if it can really take this out, this meaning 82.55. I mean, look underneath. Look how much room it's got on the weekly chart. All right, guys. So here's our leaderboard again. Oliver holding a slight lead over Andre, and he's still in third place here. I know exactly what he's in. Well, I'll tell you what he's in. Well, no, I won't tell you. But all right, now here's another one. Just as you said, no long alerts from the combo scan this week. Now here is one. However, so why wouldn't I take this? Well, look left. So we have the alert right here around 58.30, but look left. And there's the high right there at 58.58. Way too close for me. Now, if somehow it takes that out, then I'll be interested. Okay. Because then when you look left, it's got a lot more room, almost $60. I know some of you have been talking about WISA, WISA. I do have this one thumbnailed. So yeah, it's doing its thing again. Okay. The high yesterday was 682. If it can break through that, 864. And this is on a daily chart. So give me a moment. So this is just absolutely now Ascendiant Capital maintains what sort of look at this. I don't know these guys very I see them every now and then, but look at this. They put a target of $30 on them. So they're probably long a lot of stock. All right, guys, I have covered some of my HDZ. It's sort of hanging around that 450 mark. Okay, so this is a reversal play on the way up, guys. So this EQNR, this is an earnings play. All right, now CAR is right at that high now, right at that high. CARR. No, I wanted to mention this EQNR. So this is one that gapped up and now it's starting to fall. Okay, still positive for the day, but it is starting to fall. EQNR, and this is an earnings play. Wow, WISA. It has been actually the way it normally trades. This is really excellent. I mean, normally it would be chopping a lot more. You'd see some red bars, green bars, red bars. Hard to keep in the trade. All right, now BMRN is back to where the original alert happened. Okay, there was the alert at 82.88, 82.88 as a potential short. Now it did pop up here. So now is it going to be ready to move down? Boy, WISA is just screaming higher here, guys. I'm not in this one. Boy, I should be. WISA. I have my eye on BMRN again. Now, CAR is through. CAR is now through that high, CARR, but I'm trying to concentrate on this BMRN. I mean, it's got so much room underneath of it if it really takes this out. But this is, again, this is an earnings play. It's a big float, 2 million in the float, which is okay because then, maybe well, I don't know, maybe I'll forget about it. All these bottoming tails now, the sellers have been trying to knock it down, but the buyers keep propping it up a little bit anyway. If it gets down to about 82.49, I want to know about it. Doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade there on the short, but boy, well, Weiss has got still a ton of room. Ton of room, meaning this. So when you look left on the daily chart, 864. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but that is the next high. But look at these 3 days right here. Well, 4 days really. Look at all these, like that huge bottoming tail. Look at all these topping tails here. What that means is that at some point this was up to 860 and then it closed down here. The next day or the day before, it's kind of the same thing. So you've just got to be awfully careful. And of course, awfully careful because of the float, 1.4 million in the float. All right. Well, let's see. Hertz is still moving down a bit. I'm okay. All right, guys. I'm in the BMRN. Let's see if it can move down. Okay, so I'll put an alert down here. Maybe I can induce it to move down. I'm telling anybody to do the same thing, okay? Look how Dawn is still holding at the sitting right on that 200-day moving average. All right. All right, guys. Well, for me anyway, looking good. Now, the next grunting I want to hear is BMRN making new low after new low. Hertz has already done it for me. Just like that, just like that. Yeah, popped up a little bit. Let me just see what I'm going to do here. Okay, you know what? I got out basically flat. I can't believe it. I'll look at it one more time. That is a disappointment. I really was hoping for about a $3 or $4 move down, but that's trading, guys. That is trading. So I'm out of the BMRN, basically flat. Look at that big bottoming tail. I was really hoping it would. I had a decent little profit down here, but I was hoping for a lot more. Maybe a challenge into this area here, but didn't happen. Still in the Hertz, guys. Still in the Hertz. I want to see if can move any further down from here. Okay, guys. Riley from yesterday, RILY from yesterday, which was a unbelievable one to trade. No shorts available for me on this one. But this is on a rebound now. Maybe if it takes out the high up here, the pre-market high of 30. Remember, it got up to 35 yesterday. Had some news yesterday. Basically, an independent. I don't know if it's a lawyer or legal firm that basically absolved them from any wrongdoing. Okay, guys, look at this. Maybe our market is going to have a little bounce now. Okay, see if it gets back over 400, 500. Whoa, the Money Hero. Remember this one? This was a crazy one. MNY. And now this is an earnings play next week. Yeah, the 29th. Well, I used to think it was every twice a month. Okay, Ron. I'm not 100% sure now. I think the float is actually updated. I think this is updated, and this is sort of industry wide. Okay, you're talking about the short float, right? So I'm going to say the 15th and 30th. Okay, well, at least my Hertz is giving me a little bit more now, guys. HTZ giving me a little bit more. Take a look at our leaderboard again. Oliver holding that lead over Andre. And Andy is all out. I can tell you what he was in. He was in the CSSEP. And that's what got him all his money here. Speaking of that one, I mean, that was such a crazy, crazy one yesterday. I mean, look what it's called. You know, we know chicken soup. CSSE is the symbol for chicken soup, the stock. But then we had this one, the 9.75% Series A cumulative something or other. And it went bananas yesterday. Okay, guys, I am going to go over my homepage now. Great bounce for Meta. I thought it was so overdone, getting slammed down but because obviously the results were awesome. It's just kind of what he said about, I guess, the metaverse and all that sort of stuff. But so the market just thumped them down. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Now, I have a better promo code. I'm trying to get them to change it. Okay. Well, I better put it in right now as we speak. Okay. Just give me a moment. Now, this could change later on in the day because for some reason they flipped it on me. Normally it's Barry 25, but right now it is 25 Barry. So I don't understand. So I'm just going to put this in here. Ah, can't hear me. Huh, wonder when did that start? Well, I know it started here. Okay, so again, use my promo code, not the Barry 15. Use 25 Barry. Excuse me. And why is it if you're going to take out a subscription? It's important because then the room gets credit for the subscription. And why is that important? This is a free room. Okay, and so the more that you use my code, this will really help to keep this room free. Okay. Now you're looking for my scans. Excuse me, looking for my scans. You click on my homepage link and then you scroll down to the center section. Here they are. Here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. You hear me talk about the combo scan a bit. And this is it down here. But, I have flashed. No, I'm not hiding these. Okay. When I say, not that I don't want to show them all the time, it's just that it would be too overwhelming to have all the scans, that I have up and running on one monitor. Okay. But you'll see me flash the daily breakdowns and the breakouts. Okay, the abnormal option activity. And I actually did load the gap continuation or reversal scan. So you can take a look at these scans. Okay. So here is one, for instance. Nice to hear, eyes. Here is one, for instance. So, I loaded this one this week, the gap continuation or reversal scan. Okay, you can't see that. If I expanded it, you would see it. This is the don't repeat version of it. So there is so what it's doing, I'm gonna show you. Now, you don't have to load this, okay, but, I decided I wanted to load it, during earnings season because this is when we'll get a lot of stocks that might move up and then down or move down and then up because we'll have typically, this scan is not that active until earnings season. Wow, look at, you know what? I see that BMRN is sort of in my. Oh, I know why it doesn't work, I think, anyway. Just give me a moment. Go, Mason, just give me a moment. Just give me a moment, guys. Gonna make sure that link is working. Okay, so yeah, I had to put a space. It kind of got jumbled up. So let's see if this works, or do I have to just put it completely on its own? Yeah, that'll work. Okay. It's because it got jammed into the promo or the 25 promo or 25 Barry. It works now. So this is what this scan is looking for. Okay, there are four scans in here. So the gap up and reverse, gap down. Well, let me show you. So the gap up and go. What does that mean? That means, and they're color coded. Anything in light blue or green is a suggestion to go long. Anything in yellow or brown is a suggestion to go short. Okay, and this is what it's looking for. So we have a gap up and go, which means the stock gapped up and kept moving higher. Doesn't mean it's going to be moving higher all day long, of course, but at the time of the alert, that's what was happening. Gap down and reverse. Well, a gap down and then it's reversing. Okay. Again, it doesn't mean it's going to reverse for the entire day. Gap up and reverse, just the flip of the one above it means it gapped up like this one. It gapped up, gapped up, and now it's reversing. Okay. And then the gap down and go, which we'll probably see a few of these today, saw a gap down and it kept moving down at the time of the alert. Okay. So those are the four. Now, for instance, if you don't want to short, these are all checked. So the gap up and go is a long, and the gap down and reverse is a long suggestion. These two down here, these are short suggestions. The gap up and reverse and the gap down and go. Up to you, of course. Now, where I found look at BMRN now. Son of give me a moment. It is so juicy looking. Well, one more kick at it. Okay, one more kick at it, and then if it doesn't work, I'll just forget about it. Just watching it, I'm just it's been so jumpy that I just give me a moment, guys. All right, I am looking. Okay, I want to see how close it gets to 81 now. The BMRN. Okay, I have covered some. Okay, so I'm going to protect myself a little bit. I've covered some, and then now I'm just going to wait to see if it can really, really, yeah, take out 81. I'm in at 81.70, so I'm looking okay, but I've covered some in the 81.20 area. But I'm really, really would love to see this, take out 81 and then really challenge this low down here. It may not do it. Well, at least Mara and Riot are now really just completely following Bitcoin now. Okay. Okay, I'm out of it, guys. I'm out of the BMRN. My issue is I'm taking too many shares really with fairly tight stops, and I probably should take fewer shares, wider stop, because if it moves down $3 or $4, that would be excellent. But so I'm out of it now. I just don't like the way it's trading. They may just crater right through 81, but if you're in it, don't you have to listen to me. And I'm talking about the BMRN. Still in the hertz. I have covered some around the 448 mark. That was a while back. All right, let's take a look at our earnings, our challenge, guys. So Oliver expanding his lead now, expanding his lead. Can Oliver become a two-time champion? Oliver won the contest last time we had it was which was in February, and there's Andre right there. And I'm pretty sure I don't have a definitive answer yet, but I'm pretty sure that we'll have the contest now every month like we used to. And usually they're towards the end of the month, like this one. So hopefully there is one in May. So you're in the holo, I'm assuming, Oliver. You were in it. Ah, hurts. Come on. I don't know. I mean, where can this go? I mean, this is just this is why I love the all-time low. Why? Well, you don't have to worry about chart support. There isn't any. Now, eventually, you're going to get some bottom fishers eventually. When that happens, I'll be gone. But well, look at this one, guys. AMBP. I don't think I've ever seen this one out of probably Luxembourg. I see a tax for tax purposes, I guess. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. AMBP. It's an earnings play coming right into, I think, some resistance around the 414 mark. This is one I did not take. This was from the 10-day daily breakdown also. Pretty choppy though. This is TXTT. Yeah, sorry, TXT, Textron. Did not take this one. Would have been pretty good. The alert was at 83.69. We're at 82.29 now. All right, so I see that Poet was actually turned out to be a pretty good one from yesterday from our AI, okay? And it actually turned out to be really good on a percentage basis. It took a while though, it was right at the end of the day, really. There's 330, 345, and that's so it was at the end of the day it put on the big gains. Now, the AI has turned around today and suggested a short it. All well and good. I probably would not mind doing that. The problem is I have no shorts available at Interactive Brokers, so I cannot do it. Well, it's Interactive Brokers, they don't have shorts available. It's that simple. It goes broker by broker. Somebody who has E-Trade or Fidelity or Thinkorswim or any other, they may have shorts available. It's broker by broker. That's why when people ask us, well, why don't we have a filter that tells us if there are shorts available? Well, it's impossible to do it because every broker is different. So the fact that I have no shorts available at Interactive Brokers doesn't mean that there aren't shorts available somewhere else at another brokerage. Now, Centerpoint, those of you with Centerpoint is I call them a specialty brokerage company because they always seem to have shorts available for no matter what. Now, you pay for it. Well, and here, for instance, CDTX. This is Interactive Brokers, okay? This tells me how many shorts are available. And as the shorts, this is CDTX, and I do see that it's an AI alert. This is one I was talking about a little earlier, right? On a gap up and then a break down. But this number will change. I don't know. I think it's probably real time. So if people start covering, you will see that number increase. But if people start snapping up, like taking shorts, this number will decrease. So right now there are 42,000. But what if some big guy came in and ticked them all? All of a sudden that would say there's no shares available. They're short. That's why it's impossible to have a filter because all brokers are different, and even within the broker, shorts that are available now may dry up later on. So right now, here's their leaderboard. So right now, you can see Oliver is in nothing right now. Probably playing it a little bit safe, seeing how Andre is doing. Give me a moment, guys. Whoa! Look at this, guys. Out of nowhere, Jason. I didn't see Jason at all. Out of nowhere, Jason. And Mr. G's making a comeback now. He said he's traveling today, so he's now open profit 43. Now, if that ever comes back for him, but look, yeah, Jason came out has come out of nowhere, guys. Take a look at Vista here, guys. VIST. So what's happening here is that this is trying to get positive. It's still down. Yeah, well, it's basically positive now. Well, down 0.676%. So it's trying to get positive. This is an earnings play. Victoria's Secret. So this was a gap down and reverse, guys. A gap down and now trying to reverse. So Deutsche Bank had earnings, and well, not bad. Holding its own, has not really given it up. DB. Just keeping an eye on my Hertz to see if it still maintains under 450. If it gets back into the 450s, I'm out. So this LUXH is sneaky right now, guys. So there's the high. Looking left is 112. Okay, the next high is 130. So it has been kind of inching its way up. LUXH, 14 million in the float. I do not believe it is an earnings play. No, they have earnings in May the 7th. Yeah, actually, I lost sight of card. What did it do after? Did it take this? Actually, it wasn't bad. Wow, it wasn't bad at all. That was a dollar move from the alert. But if you had waited, even if you'd waited for that break there, 58.60, it got up to 59.36. Not bad. This again came from the option scan, right? Sorry, the combo scan right there. Only two. Of course, Hertz is one of them, and then this CAR, CARR. Now here's another one. I did not take it, but WHR, another earnings play. And what sort of room does this have? Getting close to the low of the year, even getting close to a lifetime low. The alert came in at 95.61, so it hasn't moved that much, not on a percentage basis. Okay, guys, a reversal right here. HZO. Okay, a reversal. You can see a big bottoming tail down in here, 2245. It has come back up. Obviously, a ton of room. 28 is the high up here. So I want to keep an eye on this to see if it keeps reversing. Now, a reversal will look a lot better if the market doesn't keep doing this, in my opinion. Okay. Like to see the market doesn't have to be moving higher necessarily, but you don't want to keep seeing it move lower because this is still beaten up. This is still down 11%. It's an earnings play, but I will stick an alert at around 24.22. If the market can kind of bounce a bit, this could drag it along, or this could get dragged along. Wow, WHR did not take this one. Now this is looking awesome. Look at this big red candle on the way down. All right, guys, what was I looking at? Oh yeah, the HZO. So the HZO, boy, it looks so good. It looks so interesting on a reversal right now, HTZ. But again, I'd like to see the market not move down. Doesn't have to move up, but just sort of stop moving down. Just get a little bit neutral even. Now, one issue I can see right off the bat, though, is the spread 2404, 2422. That's a pretty tough spread. And again, this blue screen you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. My computer. HE, you guys, excuse me. Ooh, that went down the wrong way. HE, you guys are talking about HE. Of course, HE, of course, has been in the news ever since last summer with the fires that were in Hawaii. So not HZO, but HE. You know what, guys? I'm going to do a reboot. I can't handle it. Just give me a moment. Be back in a second. All right, guys. Now, will this get interesting? The TRSG. This is the one. This is the Singaporean IPO from a few days ago, 4 days ago. Okay. And this is the one I actually swung over the weekend. It worked out okay for me, but then it came all the way back down. So now I want to see if it can take out this high right there. This 840. I'm going to put an alert up here. 840. Okay. So there's I had an alert set for that area. Very, very glad that I held off on the HZO. Look at it now. 23.99, 24.02. The spread is what got me kept me out of it. Now Riley is at the pre-market high, I believe. Yes. Riley's at the pre-market high, which was 30. So let's see if this holds. If this 30 level can hold, excuse me, in a big way, then it could start to run. And remember, the high yesterday was way up here, around $35. So it has $5. I'm not, and well, actually, before that, though, there is the 200-day moving average, 31.70. So it could possibly, get stalled there if it wants to keep running. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm back. Boy, that WHR. Wow, that was a really, really good one from the 10-day daily breakdown. Let's take a look at our leaderboard again, guys. So Oliver is still clinging to a very narrow lead. Jason is still up there. Andy, what are you in now? Andy is back into a trade. I have a feeling I know what it is, but this Jason out of nowhere, and third place. I don't think I saw him at all yesterday. Well, how much time left? There's 5 hours in the contest, 5 hours. It's over at, 4 o'clock Eastern. Okay, guys, I'm out of the, hertz, out of the hertz that I would get out if it starts creeping into the 50s again, so I'm out of the hertz, HTZ. That was a short. One of the more ugly daily charts you're going to see for, MNY. Look at all these topping tails and bottoming tails. But today, if it takes out, I mean, there's a high up here for 265. If it can do that, 348 on the weekly chart, so it would have some room. Low float, 16 million in the float. This is a Singaporean stock. Okay, guys, my code is back. Okay, just give me a moment. Give me a moment. Oh man, this WHR was the one instead of the BMRN. This is the one I should have taken. The WHR has just been. I think the now I had when I did a reboot, I lost the original alert, so I know it was earlier than 94.25. But so that is just man moving down on earnings. Now here's another one. I just don't know when the first one was. WNS, another one moving down on probably on earnings. Yes, another one on earnings. So get ready for this, guys. For the next 3 weeks at least, we're going to get a lot of stocks that are probably hitting the 10-day daily breakdown and the breakouts because we got so many earnings plays. So what happens is, I mean, WNS, I've never heard of this one before, really. But what happens is you can see here's the last 10 days. So right here, right? When a company has earnings, if they're bad or the perception is bad anyway, this is what can happen. So it's just wiping out the last 10 days. Conversely, had they been good, it could have wiped out on the upside. So that's why we get a lot of 10-day daily breakouts or 10-day daily breakdowns when we're in earnings season. I mean, here's Victoria's Secret, guys. For some reason, it is reversing. It is not an earnings play. And the next high, I mean, it's way up here at 1758. I don't know why it's reversing, really. Ah, here we go. Goldman initiates with a target of 14. Well, guess what? Oh, covers with sell at a target of 14. Excuse me. Okay, so I'm not touching that one. Not that Goldman has, it's going to completely influence everything, but whoops. Okay, we have a little change in the leaderboard now. Andre is taking the lead now over Oliver. Yeah, I mean the money hero. I mean the next high looking left on the weekly chart, anyways, around 267, and that's kind of where it got to. If it can take that out with any authority, then the next high is up around 350 for money hero MNY on the weekly chart. And I do not see any news on MNY. I'm just looking. China stock or Singapore, sorry, Singapore, but I do not see any specific news on it. Wow, WHR just continues down, guys. This was I know I'm repeating myself, but what a great alert. I just can't chase it. All right, guys, 11:15. So it's been a pretty quick morning for me. I've been doing a lot of other things that you guys can't see. Um, so right now, I'm actually getting a little excited for the afternoon. Well, for a couple of reasons. Of course, the contest. It'd be interesting to see what happens with the contest. But I also love setups in the afternoon. Look at Tal, guys. Now this has surprised me. TAL has definitely surprised me. It's been insane, very, very choppy, but it is trying. Let's see, the next high looking left is 1346. So, I mean, it's got a little bit of room. China education stock, big pop in the pre-market, got all the way up here, up to 1351, basically to that high. Okay. But it really did not do anything like Edu did, EDU. The same thing happened, I think, the last time during earnings. Oops, that's not good. Oh, man. You guys can hear me, right? I think, I've got something going on here. Yeah, I may have to do a reboot of Trade Ideas. You guys can hear me, right? You see what's happening? Okay. Yeah, I think I'm hung up. Doesn't happen. I can't remember the last time any this happened. You know what I'm gonna do? Well, I have to do this anyway, but I'm going to try the latest build and see what happens. So give me a moment, guys. I'm just having to and I'm gonna download actually the latest, oh, I guess I'm not. Yeah, no, Michael, I'm using a development version, okay? So this is I'm the guinea pig for all this, and now I see my charts are hey, guys, I'm gonna have to do it again. Give me a moment. This doesn't happen well, I can't remember the last time my trade ideas actually froze on me. So just give me a moment as I'm actually gonna download the latest development build and see how that affects me. And I'm always the guinea pig in this. All right, guys. So I'm now back. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. I am now. What am I looking at now? So again, unfortunately, every time I do a reboot, I lose all of my previous alerts. Okay, so I only see the last ones. It's not the end of the world, but it's nice to see them all, of course. So, Michael, I don't understand what you mean. I'm talking to Michael Storm in our YouTube room. My news feed is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, so if you have Interactive Brokers, just that. I'm sorry, that's Time and Sales. My news feed is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, so if you have Interactive Brokers, just download, just have their news feed. So I'm not sure what you mean exactly. Okay, so Stone. Okay, so Stone. You guys can hear me in YouTube, right? Stone says he can't hear. A lot of times what happens, guys, in YouTube or even the main room, if you hear me talking about a stock, 9 times out of 10, I've got the chart up. And if you don't see that stock and it looks like it's stuck on a previous stock, then you have to do a refresh. Okay. And that's nothing I can do about that. That's got to be on your end. So, Michael Storm, did you hear me? My news feed is just for Interactive Brokers. There's nothing for me to set up for you. Okay. Thank you, guys in YouTube. Thanks. Okay. This is another one, that I saw earlier. Another one on a gap down and recover. Yeah. Thank you, Peter. No, it was just Stones. I just wanted to make sure when somebody says they can't hear me, I have to make sure it's not everybody, but it was just Stone himself. So thanks, guys. Okay, so it's nothing to do with trade ideas, okay, Michael? It's if you find Interactive Brokers, I like their news feed, okay? But your broker, I don't know who your broker is, but your broker must have some kind of a news feed. I find that Interactive Brokers news feed, while it is not like the classic pay 100 dollars a month that Benzinga and some of the other ones charge, I find it's very good. But you got to have Interactive Brokers. So here's another one from our AI. Oh, there's 1,000 shares available. Okay, another short opportunity, BRFH. Yeah, I mean, within most brokers, you can establish a link within most brokers so that so if you type in a symbol, say in your order entry, it'll load into your chart. And usually I mean, I can't speak for other brokers, but for instance, here, there's a little green chain there. So all of my, and you can select the color. So all of my, everything I do within Interactive Brokers has a green chain. So when I click on an alert in trade ideas, it loads in here and it loads into my order entry. It loads into my news feed. Okay. But that's all within your broker. I mean, I can't speak for every broker. I can only speak about Interactive Brokers. All right, let's take a look at our leaderboard. So Oliver has regained the lead again. Okay, regained from Andre. He was in a trade and now he's out of it. So nice trade, Oliver. I don't know what you're in, but all right, guys, 11:29. So in about, you shorted MNY. Okay, cool. MNY. Oh, guys, I do apologize. All right, guys. Unfortunately, yeah, I don't know if it's my computer or what's going on, but I'm now frozen again. So I do apologize. This is rarely has this happened to me, and I don't know. It might be the development build, that, but nothing I can do about it other than get out of the program and reload it again. Okay, guys, round three. I'm back. So this was wow, this was a gap down and go, okay? This was a gap down and go for ZNTL. Now, what sort of room does this have? Well, it's got some room down to 10, guys. I'm not saying it's getting there, but ZNTL, and this is not an earnings play, actually. This is not an earnings play. It must be having some, I don't know. I don't think a stock like this typically does not really follow the market that much. So I'm trying to see if there's any sort of I mean, they fell after this was on the 11th, okay? I mean, we're now on the 25th. Was this 2 weeks ago? The CFO, the CFO resigned, never a good thing. And so that was 2 weeks ago. So that happened here and here. So I guess this is just a follow through. Stock has not recovered really at all. All right, guys, 11:34. So I'll be taking a break in about 25 minutes. I'm just going to confirm that it'll be Steve. Yeah, so this one, I don't know how many. I mean, I the last time I looked, there were 1,000 shares short of B are available BRFH, but none now. That's at so there was the alert from our AI at 171 to short. I don't know how many brokerages will have shorts available. Probably not. You're talking about this, Michael Storm. You're talking about this. Talking to Michael and our YouTuber. You're talking about this. My number of charts that I got in a doc. Is that what you're talking about? Okay, so are you a premium subscriber? The reason I ask is that there are 8 charts there. You can only have 10 if you're a standard subscriber. You can have 20. Okay, okay, well, you have 20 charts as a premium subscriber, okay? All right, I'll give it to you. You can have it. The question was, so if you want to have some thumbnail charts, I mean, and this is in a doc version, okay? And it's a little cumbersome sometimes to place them when you first start out. So if you want this, and of course you can change the symbols. This is just what I'm looking at now that I can give anybody who wants it. And what's it called? Doc chart layout. Okay, so there it is. Nope, no, you don't have to update. Question is, do you have to update your docking has been around for a long time, so you don't have to update your program, trade ideas. Talking to Michael Storm in our YouTube room. Speaking of which, what other is there anything else that's happening today in terms of the economic calendar? So we had pending home sales at 10. So we have a bond auction at 1 o'clock, a $44 billion 7-year note auction at 1 o'clock. So that's the only other thing that could potentially affect the market. I mean, the market could keep moving down for other reasons, but or up, but that is something to pay attention to. The results of the bond auction at 1 o'clock Eastern time. All right. So, yes, it is Steve Gomez who will be taking over for me in our YouTube room in about, what time is it now? About 20 minutes from now. Now, before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in. So you can head over and listen to Steve. And Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. He also loves this 10 SMA, okay, on the 15-minute chart, that orange line you see. He's a big follower of that. And he's way well, he is more well, he is a swing trader, but not necessarily a long term. You'll hear him talk about, only holding things for maybe a day and a half. I'm not saying he doesn't hold longer, but anyway, I'll let him explain as he takes over for me. And I think it's a good idea to listen to the different traders between 12 and 1 as I take my break. 5 days of the week, 5 different traders. We all have different trading styles. Again, our glance at our leaderboard. So Andre is still leading now, opening up a little bit of a gap now between. I'm sorry, Oliver is leading, opening up a. Oliver probably went what? Oliver leading, opening up a little more of a gap between he and I don't think unless somebody gets lucky with some trade that either of these two do not get. Because remember, they're all looking at the ones that are moving. So the only way anybody can make any headway now is by picking some stock that they're not seeing and having it really run on them. So I think this is probably just going to be a two-man race into the close, two-person race into the close. I saw some of you guys talking about this YYGH. Is this under $1? No, it isn't. Okay. So this started trading as YYGH a couple of days ago, 3 days ago. I don't really remember it. All right. I'm not an expert on in brokerage plus, David, but let me see if I can figure it out. So let's. So what you're saying it okay, edit a standing order. So, are you talking about some order that is, like, an order that hasn't triggered yet? Okay, so well, let me see if I can, remember even how to do that. Let's do, 500 shares of this one. I got a limit, I guess. Just give me a moment. I wanna do this off screen so I don't embarrass myself. Yeah, see, I don't find this, at all I don't find this at all intuitive. I know Pepe knows exactly what to do, but every time I do this, I don't find it intuitive at all. But let me try again. No, it's not gonna work. Oh, man. I know there's a sequence I have to do in order to create this limit. Buy it say a price on above the current price or even or short it below the current price. Pepe, what did you pick to do it? A stop limit or limit? When you, David? You can tell I don't do this at all. Okay, thank you. Drag the order on the chart or oh, okay, so yeah, so it should appear on the chart, right? And so what Pepe is saying is you can drag it on the chart. Not unlike this, let's just take this one. Never mind the stop limit or 500 shares, buy it, send it, enter a valid. Never mind the limit. See, that's the problem. Market, buy it, send it. I put a stop on it, add the stop. And so I think this is what Pepe is saying. So when you did that, when you did your conditional buy order, probably there was a line on the chart, right? So what Pepe is saying, just drag the line. Okay, just move the line around. Okay. So what Pepe is saying, cancel and recreate. So no way around that. So again, but that's a different, yeah, that's a different issue. So, but what Pepe is saying is obviously you'll have a liner in your chart, just move it around. But that's a different issue. Want to change it, the actual order type. Quick look at the leaderboard, 114, 111, getting closer now. I just don't think anybody is going to be able to catch up to those two. So Michael Storm in our YouTube room. If you're asking me about Market Explorer, I don't use it. No, I've got enough going on with what I've created. I don't need anything else really. Just over the course of time, excuse me, the course of time, Ash, when I first started trading, I only used a 2-minute chart. I didn't have anything else. I only had one 2-minute chart. That's a long time ago. Okay. I didn't have a daily, didn't have a weekly, I didn't have any other time frame, which is a 2-minute chart. And then I went after that, I went to a 5, and I played around with a 15-minute chart years ago, and I just decided that that's what I wanted to see. It's that simple. That's just what I wanted to see, and it served me very well. I've been using only a 15-minute chart, but the daily and the weekly very very critical for me. Because I've got to see where the next high and low is. But it's just over the course of time. I mean, that is not people sitting out there saying, "Well, I only use a 2-minute chart and I find it great." And I say, "Great, whatever works." Nope, don't use the block trade scanner, Michael. The draft is today, the NFL draft. Sorry, shouldn't say that. No, we got into a big sports discussion, which I would rather do. Now, isn't this one I took? Yeah, there's the YYH. So I was just demonstrating how you can take a trade, right? So there's the YYGH, demonstrating how you can take a trade. Now, my guess, my guess is that somebody is going to try to short this one at some point. That's my guess. I'm actually surprised there are shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers because it's so new. A lot of times I'm just not finding that with Interactive Brokers. Not a lot, 69,000. Oh, I see. Well, I look okay. A lot of remember now, Ash. A lot of my trades are around a whole number, so a lot of times I'll use the whole number. It's a psychological thing, okay? I'll use the whole number as my either my support or resistance depending on the direction. Otherwise, no, I'll look at a 15-minute chart and I try to size up where I think there might be a support area, okay? And that's why, that's, trading experience if you will. Sometimes I'll use the low of the previous 15-minute candle, okay? But a lot of times, I'm looking at where I think there could be support on the chart on the 15-minute, where there's a lot of action at a certain price. So if it breaks down through that price, I get out. But as I've said many times, if I were starting out, you know, because my idea of where there could be support on a chart may be completely different from somebody else's, or they may not even see what I really understanding what I'm seeing. So to use the previous low or the low of the previous 15-minute candle or even the 5-minute candle, it's not a bad idea. Practice it. You can practice doing that. I think Shady uses the low of the 15-minute candle, the previous 15-minute candle a lot, and it seems to work for him. So I will do that, but I'll also look for here. There's no right there. For instance, I could say right here, okay, on YYGH. I look here, and I could say to myself, that looks like it could be a support area on the chart. Okay, could be. If you see what I'm pointing at, because the bodies of these candles are around the same area. Okay, so it really, for me, it'd be a lot easier, obviously, if you just say the low of the previous 15-minute candle or the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Why? Because it is a defined number. There's no guesswork. For me, it's a little bit of feel. One reason why I could never, I don't have like a system so much. If you listen to Steve, if Steve were in this trade right now, okay, let's say Steve got into this trade, YYGH in this area here at 260, he'd be, well, that example. Let me get to another one. Maybe let's take a look at MNY. Okay. So look at MNY. If Steve were fortunate enough to get into, say, MNY at around $1.98, and he'd be riding up, see that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart? He'd be and now here is his first area where he might say, if it closes underneath the 15-minute, the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, he'd probably be out of the trade. Okay. Doesn't have, it hasn't, it's not closed underneath, but it could. You can see where it is right now. That's his idea of trading. So he doesn't get too upset about, not upset, but me, when I see these bottoming tails, I get a little jumpy. He would be holding, 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 holding until something happened at that 10 SMA. That's his style of trading. It's not there's no right or wrong. Whatever ends up working for you, really. And you can ask Steve about that in about 4 minutes. Having said that, let me get my announcement. And by the way, guys, I'm going to be doing a complete reboot. I didn't do it last night. I got lazy, and I think that's one of the reasons. So my screen is going to completely disappear. You guys don't get booted out of either room. Okay, so I'm not on my break yet, of course, but as soon as Steve shows up, and here is the link to get into the YouTube room. And you can ask him, I mean, how he uses that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. He's been doing that for a long time. And that is more systematic than me. That's way more systematic because, he's got like almost like a hard and fast rule. And him okay to fade under, well, does it mean your trading plan. If you were asking Michael Noss this is somebody in our YouTube room, Nathaniel. Let's take a look at NEM. Well, I mean, there's no fade yet, right? No, not yet. I mean, it could be getting tired. Looking left, it's above that high in the weekly chart. It's above that high, 42.81. Maybe if it takes out 42.81, but it's a great earnings play. Remember, this was one that was running counter to the whole sector. Any stock that's moving higher today is really running counter to the sector because the market is down. Although, look at this, guys. Here's our little glimmer of hope here. Come on, Steve.
Barry.
Show up. Thank you. Just give me a moment, okay? I want to just give me one moment, Steve. Okay, so Steve is in our YouTube room now, guys. Okay, I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room, and just give me one more moment, Steve, as I get rid of my music. Okay, so first of all, those of you on YouTube, I just want to introduce Steve. Steve Gomez is taking over for me between 12 and 1 o'clock. Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. He can discuss that with you. And I've been talking about your use of the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So without any further ado, as I'm going to reboot my computer, take it away, Mr. Gomez.
All right. Well, I can see my screen is full. Yeah, you better.
Yes.
It's what I do with these some of these things with Michael. I even with my new computer, it's been so taxing running trade ideas and trying to upload to the podcast. I found that if I do just a complete hard reboot before those sessions, it works a lot better. So there's something about StreamYard and streaming. It just pulls up cash, and I don't know.
I don't think a new computer is going to do anything for me, Steve. I honestly don't. Otherwise, I'd run out and buy one. I just think that it's
really
because when I turn off trade ideas, everything is fine completely. It's like I have a brand new computer. So anyway, let's not. I'll mute myself now, and I'll talk to you in about an hour.
Sure. Okay. All right. Hello, everybody. All right. So yeah, I heard Barry talking. I'll expand on that. Yes, I love my 15-minute chart. I love my 10 SMA. So big gap down in the morning, and we really kind of hit the inflection point. And it appears we have ourselves a closing green candle above the declining moving average. So that's a good short-term win for the buyers of the market. However, there's a giant ceiling right here. And again, that is the S&P. The NASDAQ, a little bit less convincing. It still did do a closing candle above, but not as convincing. And what you're looking at here also on my screen is just the tree map of my short squeeze stocks. So these are all stocks that have, that's a good looking chart. This WISA. Actually, pretty interesting chart. And why do I say that? Because look at the beautiful coiling of the look at the beautiful flagging there of the 10 SMA. That's rather interesting. And let's see, we've got 1.85 relative volume. All right. And what else do we got? Yeah, pretty interesting. I might just play a little bit of that. So what I'm watching for here is just as long as this 10 SMA holds the price, we'll see what happens. And then, of course, I'm looking over left here at the daily, and really nice move higher. So this stock has potential to do something. A lot of pullback and right into the moving averages and kind of trying to do something here. So, if during the session I look over and WISA has a closing candle, just like Barry was kind of giving you the introduction on, I'll get out, and I'm not going to really worry about it. So what I'll do, and this is a great example of what I'll get into more, especially if we're trading the AI and things like this. I'll look at this and say, just alert me if we get down here to this level so I can keep an eye on it and, let this thing marinate. We'll see what happens. but I essentially just pulled this right up off my short squeeze. Oh, by the way, the short on this is 54%. So that's one of the reasons that I like to see this. When I see volume, I see this moving average just perfectly holding the price action. This sideways action is beautiful. I'm not chasing this green candle, not chasing all these new highs. I'm just locating it here as it's sitting, and maybe I'll be lucky and catch a move. All right. Questions. Newmont. I don't know if I'd fade something after earnings. Who's ever asking that question? Pretty good, strong move. The day of earnings, after earnings, you probably just better let that thing do its thing. All right. Abhishek Darga. To Steve, when to enter when things are moving up and popping in the scan. Okay, so kind of what I was just talking about there, right? The issue I face is see things pop and I just buy. So here's my scan, right? I just was talking to you guys. I pulled this up. Luckily, I pulled it up, at that moment. But that's not to say I can go here to Riley and say, okay, this Riley is interesting. But what I like to do, Mr. Darga, is buy as close as I can. I like to use that same moving average for my entries. So step one, scan WISA. I'm trading that one now. Riley, interesting. So, but I don't want to buy it here. I think it could peek its head out, right, and sucker in all the people that like to chase. I'll take a look at that stock in a second, NIV. But what I would do is I would set my moving and my price alert back down here. And just like I'm using the price alert in WISA to let me know if it's not going to do something, I'm using a price alert in Riley to let me know, hey, it pulled back to a possible entry. So the idea is to not chase green lights and red lights around. You don't want to do that. You want to just kind of build a team, a name, a bench of names that are in play for the day. And I like to buy intraday pullbacks as long as they're strong and I have a reason to. This one has an 80% short float. So this Riley has been an interesting one. Of course, on the daily, yesterday it couldn't get through the 200-day. Had some news overnight, but this thing is in play. It's just a matter of if you want to be the person who buys that little fake out, or if you want to maybe wait and get a better price right there. So that's really directed to you, Mr. Darga, as well. So let's look at your example. And thank you. Thanks, Perfect Circle. Let's back up. Can't believe I did that. So I'm looking at the stock for Mr. Darga. I don't know if you were the person who bought up here. Hopefully not, because you learned a valuable lesson of a reversion to the mean. So use this moving. I'm going to use this. I'm going to use this price alert. Thank you. As an entry idea. And so I'm trying to gauge, give it a little cushion, maybe today, maybe tomorrow. But if this thing goes off, if it's bouncing off of this 10 SMA, I might like it. So it just goes to show you, use this type of move to let you know, hey, this stock is a player. This thing is in play. But for me, daily candles, because I'm a swing trader, I like to trade momentum and hold for a day or two. I got to play the daily chart. And so once it has to blow off that move it made, maybe it's going to set up for round two. So I start to use this price alert to gauge where a good entry might be. Then, as I was saying, perfect circle before I moved over, this is not encouraging for the bulls. Okay. This is my 5-day moving average and my 10 SMA. That's that pinch play I talk about. All right. Again, the 5-day SMA is 130 15-minute candles. So it's a 130 SMA. And what that does is it gives me a nice smooth 5-day average on my 15-minute perspective. I see this all the time. And so I say, ooh, what's going to happen here? Is the 5-day going to hold for support, or is the 10 SMA going to momentum wise push it back down through? So this is not encouraging right here. I'm a visual person. I don't look at numbers. I just look at patterns and position in relation to these moving averages. So right here, this last hour, NIVF is very much under pressure. So that tells me there's a very good chance we could come down here and maybe this is the chance to take an entry. And if this was you buying up here, well, then you get a second chance to maybe learn how to, put a stock on your radar. You can always click the heart up here. I'm going to click the heart, which will add it to my my liked symbols, and we'll see what happens. Let me check in on this. It doesn't. All right, we've got a few more minutes to go here. Hopefully, it holds that moving average. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see this price alert trigger. That means that the trade isn't working for me, and I might just cut it. Why am I in it? I'm in it because I love the short float, 54%. This is insane. 1.4 is pretty nasty, which means it very well could, try and really shake me out. Probably will. But when you see those, you don't play a lot of size. You play a very small size, and that's about a half size position for me. Let's see what happens. All right. So back to where we are. Let's take a look at what's going on here. All right. The market is definitively moving through moving averages. NASDAQ's going to be the same. Yeah, I saw somebody mention, okay. Hello, Michael. Nice job, D. Okay, DT. I think you're talking about DJTWW. I'm in it. It's gnarly. It's nasty. It's got a wide spread, and it moves a lot faster than the stock. The stock is, well, yesterday that was the case. Today it's not moving as fast as the stock is. We'll see what happens. I mean, I watched and I watched and I watched and I watched, and I want to go. If they drive this thing down to the 200-day, I want in. And it took me a little messing around, but I finally got in, and then I kind of added a little bit to it here. And I like the way it held. This is a good example. I like the way it came down, right? Held that 200 and busted up through the 10-day moving average. Spending 4 days going sideways to flatten out this 10-day as simple moving average. That's good. That's the slow version of the price regaining its momentum, or regaining at least its 10 SMA. Oh, got you. Okay. DTTW. Gotcha. Right. The day traders live. Thank you. Appreciate that, Michael. I don't think Michael Noss is going to be available this Monday. However, I want the audience of Day Trader to live TV to see how much talent we have here. You've seen Michael, you've seen Chris, you've seen myself, but I want you to see Andy. And so I think Andy might be doing the Monday morning segment, and he will likely do what he calls the trader's eye, a couple of swing trade ideas. So right, before the bell, you can have a couple of names to jot down from somebody who's got 25 years in the business and what he's watching today. So you probably don't want to miss that. So thank you, Michael. I forgot that's what the name of it was. Yeah. It's not ideal, Michael, to live on the West Coast and then just kind of be stirring around at 3 a.m, knowing you got to get up and be ready to go and have a sharp mind at 5:30 a.m. Pacific time. So that's also not ideal. but I'm going to punt to Andy this week so you can kind of see more people here. Let's see. I don't think this WISA is giving me any trouble. And we got a closing candle coming up. So ideally, it would be nice for me in this live trade to have that little wick come down and test and pass the test and bounce back up. Again, I'm looking for that. Obviously, 54%, very small float. This thing could get crazy real quick. And if it does, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I don't have a time frame for it yet. Okay, so help you set up a block trade scanner. Sure, there's not much to do, but go ahead and put the details in there, Michael, of what you want to see, and then I can set it up for you, and then I can share it. I thought you were talking about the warrants that I'm in, the DJT warrants. It's funny. All right. Would I short Noom here? I think when we answered that one already. I would here. One of my rules is I don't want to short stocks that are moving very well after earnings, which was today, pre-market. If you do decide to short it, I think that's your downside. It's very limited. So it might have a quick pullback. If you're a fast acting scalper, there's probably nothing wrong with, trying to take advantage of a moment in time. That's all trading is picking your time frame and then figuring out what works best. Stop loss above 43. Yeah, I mean, there's your risk and here's your reward. So, on a 5-minute chart, it might even look more enticing. Actually, on a 5-minute chart, it's holding that 10 SMA, but I use the 15-minute time frame, and for me, there's no reason that can prevent this airspace from coming down and closing down. A lot of people might want to take profits here, and that's the fun part about shorting intraday, especially if you're quick, is you can take advantage of big downdrafts. And as traders, we all want quick profits so we can, take it and move on and not have to fret and go back and forth over it. So there's our new candle that was just drawn. Let's check in on my trade, WISA, and it's survived the candle. So I'm going to be in this thing for probably another at least 15 minutes, hopefully. Yeah, Patrick, I don't want to short strong stocks. However, there is matter of fact, this is actually a topic I'm going to do. Funny you reminded me of that. So Michael's back this week, and we're going to do our podcast. And sometimes I'll just get an idea and I'll sit down and I'll jot the concept down. I've got like 5 or 6 people that I've met over the years, and they all trade completely different. And I was going to just kind of go through and characterize them and talk about how they do it. And one of them, his name was Bugs, which was a nickname. And Andy knows what I'm talking about. He trades through Centerpoint Securities. If you've heard through Centerpoint Securities, they specialize. They're probably the best brokerage at getting locates for short sellers. So all the short sellers, the intraday short sellers, go through Centerpoint. And what these guys will do is they'll sit and wait and watch some of these things like WISA, a couple days ago. This is the kind of thing where, they probably watched it, they put it on their radar, and then they watched it again this day, pre-market. And then when these things get up that was that was like a 4 or 5-fold move. So there are short sellers out there who are extremely adept, and a WISA stock was probably extremely difficult to locate, but maybe they did. This is just an example of how they trade. They'll pop in here and they'll play they're looking for these giant parabolic moves and then the downdraft. There's also bull bear traders, I think, forget his name, Aziz. Those guys are really good at also looking for parabolic moves and stalking a parabolic move, and then watching a 1-minute candle, and that 1-minute candle kind of breaks the way I use my 15-minute break. That's their trigger, because you got to be quick on those and do it. So the point is, for who was doing that, and Nathaniel, the guys that like to do that, they really, really hit those parabolic stocks hard, and they'll nibble in. They might go higher. They might nibble a little bit more, then all of a sudden, they just might hammer something. I just heard a weird noise. I wonder what that was. Anyway, let's see here. So that's how the story of Newmont would go for me, Nathaniel. Nothing wrong with trying it. Light risk, big reward. But, the longer it takes, the less that reward starts to creep up on you there. Okay, so back to the block trade. So I'll go ahead and I'll help you out here. We'll try and come up with one. I don't want to swing short Newmont. Yeah, scalp for pullback. And that's the only thing that really makes sense to me, Nathaniel. But again, the longer it doesn't pull back here, the more this moving average is going to creep up and pinch into your upside reward side. So block trades have to be a alert window. So we got to start with an A window. And let's just go from scratch because there's just not much to do with a block trade. So we got nothing going here. And search is our first step. Keyword is our next step. And there it is, block trade. So we'll start with this alert and we will enable it. But now we have to qualify it. Block trade. So block trade. I would say 100,000 shares. 1,000, 10,000. 100,000 share minimum number. Now you could change that to 50 if you wanted. It depends on the type of stock. If we're talking about WISA, the one that I'm in, we're not going to see 100,000 share blocks. So that's the first thing to think about. So, but the concept is, and you could always build a separate scanner for smaller blocks that we will focus on here in a second. What type of stocks do we want to look at? Well, let's see, relative volume. We might as well have relative volume of at least one. Price, maybe $5 minimum. If you want to go less, you can go less. Change from the close could be important. Maybe you want this to be down on the day or up on the day. It depends. A lot of people might look at something that was, you could do change. Something like this. Watch this. Change in 60 minutes. And then you could say, it had to be down, 3% in 60 minutes. But all of a sudden, bang, 100,000 share block trade pops in. Sometimes at the bottom of a move is where the block trades can pop in. That used to happen, especially on the New York Stock Exchange, which brings me to my second character that I'm going to talk about, who was Jeff, who used to trade the New York Stock Exchange specialist, but you can't do that anymore. It was an old way of doing things. Oops. So from here, then we can say, maybe we want things to be not in a horrible downtrend, but, change in the last 20 days, has to be up at least 10%. So at least it's a strong stock. Another good one is position in range. Position in range, position in 6-month range. Add filter. It has to be in the 70th percentile. So these are all filters because by itself, Michael, this means nothing. Block trade 100,000. That means nothing. Where do we want to see it? I don't want to see it on a stock making new highs because that's kind of the opposite of what I was kind of building there. Stock making 60% down on, and maybe we'll make that 2%, open that up. So just with this right here, let's just see if we get anything. And we got something. We'll go history. We'll see what else we got. Oh, that's all we got. So not a lot, but KGC, that's a gold miner. That's interesting. Ooh. Well, looky here. This is exactly what I was talking about, right? Stock was down pretty big. And let's see, we need to add quality here so we can see this is important. So let's add quality. Configure columns. Quality is going to tell us the size of the print. 240 grand, 240,000 share block trade at a price of 651. So there's our blue arrow pointing right there. So what did we have? We have a strong stock. We have an early morning drive down, and somebody got their magic fill on the telephone 2 floors above the stock exchange, and they made a deal with another big guy. Crossed a trade at 250,000 shares of KGC, King Cross Gold. Not only that, gold miners are strong today. So all these things, that's a pretty solid indicator. I'm going to give it to you as is, but some of the things you can do to try and loosen it up would be to, I'll show you, to loosen it up a little bit. Maybe we only had 2% down. You could loosen that up. Change in 20 days. You could maybe say, what if it's only been up 5% in the last 20 days? Let's see what that does. Maybe that gives us more returns. It might not. No, it didn't. So regardless, I'm going to put it back on real time. We'll call this block trade after fall. This kind of gives a description of it. Shape it, and now I'm going to drop it in there for anybody who wants it. And that's how we kind of come about building a scanner. And then you can, look for better ideas. Let's take it a step further now, because it is, let's see, I don't want, somebody wants me to check ALRN. We can do that, ALRN. Very low volume, 29,000. What I don't like about it here is the 50-day moving average. These blue lines to me are very important. It's the 5-day on the 15, tells me the general health of the stock. Intraday, it's hanging in there. It's above that blue line. But on the daily, it's got a lot of work to do right here. It broke that moving average, the 50-day, and it needs to get back up. So it needs to get through here. If it can't do that, I would be careful on that one. Just check a few things here. All right, so speaking of the 5-day, the NASDAQ's running smack into the 5-day, and the SPY is hitting it as well. Let's see if the sellers really want to lean on this 5-day moving average, because to me, anything here is just a level of interest. I don't know what it's going to do, but time will tell me what happens. If it bleeds right through like a hot knife through butter, then this gap down didn't mean a whole lot today. The buyers are just quietly buying the market back. But if we turn around here in 5 minutes and this wick is back down and we have a rejection at the 5-day, then let's see what happens for the rest of the day. The sellers might get a bit more emboldened. I do not use oscillators that much, Nathaniel, hardly at all. I like to keep things simple. And again, that goes to the podcast, is that, everybody that has their own style uses their own small set of indicators. And the last thing you want to do is use too many. There's a group out there of swing traders I respect called HCPG, High Chart Probability Group. And they have a service, and they use exclusively the Bollinger Bands. But the Bollinger Bands tell them the exact same thing that I need to know, just using my visual indicators. So there's many different ways to do it, but the point is don't get too many, because then you get over analysis. All right, so I was going to take this to the next level, Michael, since it is a alert, which means we can back test it. So let's back test, and we'll open up these times here a little bit. West Coast. So maybe it's a day trade. Let's see how it does after 2 hours of trading. Just to start there, 120 minutes, and that's our exit. Risk management, simple. Let's risk 1.5% to try and make 3%. Risk 1 to make 2. We'll just use the last 30 days, and we'll simulate buy. So every time a block trade comes through, what happens if we hold it for 120 minutes? With that, okay, we don't get much at all, but this is just our starting point. first thing we do is we optimize and we go to the time of day. And the time of day, not really telling us a whole lot. I'm not really impressed with this even to start with. So let's try something different. Let's say, maybe that's just too much of a day trade. Maybe this should be something more. If it's a big player getting in, maybe it's more of a swing trade. So let's try the market at open tomorrow. Let's see what an overnight hold does instead of just a 2-hour scalp. Everything else being the same, we'll run it. Oh, jeez. Oh, no. Okay. Let's go back and say, okay, overnight hold, still not showing us much. Optimization, time of day. Oh, that's not really helping me at all here. Nothing. The only time this really works, it looks like, is during the first half hour of the day. So, technically speaking, I don't know. Maybe it's a better short-term scalp. Maybe it's just better for 60 minutes. Maybe it's better if we have a tighter stop loss, 1% to make 3%. So these are the variables we can change. Run it again back to like a 1-hour trade, tighten it up. We'll go to optimization, time of day. Let's do 15-minute intervals. So we're actually getting something here. We're getting not bad. So let's start with this. So we're getting about 22 trades in the first hour of the day, and that really makes sense to me. Remember when we looked at King Cross Gold? It's that first hour of the day where they yank it down and steal your shares, and they do it with a giant block trade. So let's do one more, and let's timed exit. Let's do 45. Let's do 45 minutes. But I'm kind of onto something here, I think, on the time of day. We'll run that. This is the run the stop orders on strong stocks and steal your shares. Optimization, time of day, 15-minute interval. Still pretty similar. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. So we're going to run again, but this time, this is where we play around. We go, we're going to start there at 6:45. And we're going to end at 10:30 Eastern, 7:30 my time. So now we've just got this small window, and this is very valid. It's a very valid strategy to play a portion of the day. And again, this is my contention that these are a lot of stops being hunted on strong stocks. They've been up, but today they're getting flushed down on the open, and you get a big block trade in there. Let's simulate buy, and I've got something else I want to try. Still not really exactly what I want to see. Let's try this. We could go a little bit different with this. We can configure, and let's take our block trade alert and let's take it down to 25,000 shares. But let's do a float of, say, 10 million share cap. So all of a sudden, the 25,000 share block trade on these things might be interesting, and you're probably going to get a lot more movement out of them. I don't know. I'm just playing around here. Oh, nothing came through on that one. So that's not working. Let's go back and do this. We'll make that 100 million cap. There we go. So all I did was increase a 0 into the float. Now we're at 100 million float with this new configuration, and we're getting a couple trades. Ooh, interesting. So stock is up. got jammed down hard, and it looked like what do we get? A 40,000 share print at 47.50, and we're currently at 47.45. Pretty crazy earnings play. It's in there. Let's look at the next one. Levi's. Okay, Levi hasn't done much since at all. It had a spike, but it's not really bouncing back up. So you can see how you can play around with that, Michael. And now that you've got that working copy of it, what you could do is say, well, I like that one, but let's duplicate it and keep that one, and we'll start working on a different one. And we can keep the duplicates going, and then you can keep them all together and see which one you like the best. So it's a good exercise. Uh-oh. That's not what I want to see. Yeah. So that one's kind of failing me now, huh? Cool. And we got a little bit of a red. I wasn't even paying attention. We got a red candle up there, and I moved my alert, and that's why I never got alerted. Well, let's see here. What's this thing going to do? I knew it could be squirrely with the small float like that. So how to handle situation? Yeah, so kind of I let it get away from me because I wasn't paying attention. And what happened was I wanted to alert myself, and I moved this up because we had a closing candle that was looking okay. I hate to panic out of these because it's a very low float stock. The daily is still strong, but yeah, they kind of got me here for the moment. I don't really want to risk it down to here. There's a lot of airspace there. So I'm not really sure what to do. I'm not happy about that. The spread is tightening. I'm just going to go ahead and put a hard stop in there and not worry about it, and probably just chalk it up as a loss. So we'll see what happens. I took a chance. I liked it. It's not a problem. This is how it goes. But it was looking really good earlier. I wasn't paying attention to it as strong as I had. Ideally, if I'd have seen that right there, that was my closing candle, and I wasn't paying attention, I probably just would have popped out for a pretty small little paper cut. But then once that candle closed, you see exactly what happened. Everybody else kind of ran for the exits there. So I'll probably get stopped out. Yep. Here we go. All right. Lesson learned. I don't have as much luck as Barry does trading live. Yep. Okay. Lesson learned. All right. Yep. Again, trying to just multitask and do too much. We were back testing when I should have been managing that trade, but that's okay. And these NASDAQ, we were talking also about, okay, so the NASDAQ's trying to bleed through the 5-day, and so is the SPY. So the market is saying, we're going to buy you back. We're not scared of that gap down that happened this morning over the earnings from last night. IBM down, Meta down, Tesla from a couple of days ago up. So yeah, that Weiss is really nasty with the small float like that. You can go down 10 cents increments really quickly. That's all right. I think I'm yet to like nail one of those live, so I should just stop doing that. Still in this. This was a trade of the week. See how it's just holding that 5-day. I need to stay in that one. No reason to get out, I should say. 20-day SMA hopefully will force the issue on the daily chart. It's all right. Don't worry about that. I've been doing this way too long. You can't let it bother you. You know, the good ones pay for the bad ones and then some. You just got to keep the bad ones manageable. I mean, if there's any lesson there, it's like you just don't sit there and become a deer in the headlight, because very, very quickly it can come right back down here. And I told myself I didn't want that. I missed my exit, and I either sit here and become a hoper, and when I do that, I usually regret it. So you just got to rip the Band-Aid off and move on before it comes down and hits that level and really makes you upset. But I'm not upset. It just is the way it is. Let's look DJT. It's trying to hold up. It's getting caught up in its daily intradays. JP Morgan upgraded the semiconductors this morning, but they're still, SMHs are still getting hit by that declining 10. I'm actually short the semis, so I kind of want to see that. I was kind of disappointed to come in today to seeing the Qs gap down and the other things gap down when I was short the semiconductors, and then JP Morgan decided that they wanted to bring buyers into the semiconductors, so they upgraded them, said that they're doing great. And people read that headline and they just follow. Are you going to be live at the end of the contest? Oliver, I believe that Michael Noss will be today. I'm actually overbooked today. I've got to present trade ideas to some big group in Spain, so that was the only time they could do it, was the close of the market. And plus I'm doing the podcast with Michael tomorrow. So like I said, I think I'm going to talk a little bit about different styles of trading just as a topic. It's kind of fun to talk about. All right. Let's see, where was GDX? Still strong on the day. Okay, that's looking good. That's HYMC is a mining company. I really kind of hope that it would pay attention to that, but another low float, 18 million is not that much, but it's enough to keep me interested or keep me on my toes, I should say. eBay, I haven't seen eBay stock in a while. Interesting. eBay's to me, eBay's kind of a recessionary stock. A lot of people start selling stuff on eBay to raise money. It's like your e-garage sale. And does the chart confirm that story? Well, here comes the 50-day, and we're starting to get kind of a pinch. Keep an eye on eBay. Earnings May 1st, so that's going to be the catalyst. I wouldn't be surprised to see earnings do well. I wouldn't be surprised to see eBay do well. Looks like they gapped up after their last earnings play. But I'm not ever interested in gambling into earnings. That's not what I do, because you lose all control. And when you're wrong, it's no fun. And if you're right, well, then you get addicted to a really bad habit. So there's a no-win situation. All right. Yes, it is nuts. I've seen a lot, Michael. I've seen pretty much every market dynamic there is. Stephen, where is edge found in using this program with trading? The edge is in your real-time alerts. Everything is in real time. So the edge, there's many different ways. We've got the AI assistant, which kind of just gives people an idea what might be in play today. So all of these were shorts earlier today. A lot of people don't know, where do I start? What do I trade? But here's what I'll say about the AI assistant. It's good at kind of finding where the action is, but once the action's in play and it's moving around, it doesn't know how to exit. And so you're best off learning how to exit and manage positions. And by that, I mean, why not use my method? If I were to trade these day in and day out, I'd be using my method. There's no closing candle. It's like WISA was looking when I bought it, but if this thing turns around and runs back to highs, you're still in it. But the AI might get out too soon. You never know. So that's one way to find the edge. We have docked channel bar. There's always ideas. The explosive winners is going to show you what's strong throughout the day. Maybe in the first hour of the day, you play this opening range break channel, which is looking for opening range reversals. So whether you're somebody who knows what you're looking for, like I just created a scan because I know what I was looking for on that block trade, or you're somebody who doesn't know what you're looking for, we've got you covered for the idea generation is the word I'm looking for. Barry's got a good layout. Yeah, when he returns here in a few minutes, he'll have his layout back up, hopefully rebooted and ready to go. Thank you, Michael. Hello, Steve. What about Zeta trade of the week, April 1st? Yeah, I'd lost track of that one. Let's see what it did. Zeta Global Holdings. Yeah, April 1st. Oh, that's the one that gapped up on us. So this is what we were playing. We were kind of playing that. And then it never triggered. And then it pulled back a little bit, and then it jammed up on a Wednesday, I think. I think it's one, just like everything is around here, the trade of the week, the AI list, Michael's TI strength list, they're names you don't want to lose track of. They might have a couple of, drawdowns or a couple of bad days, but in the long run, this is a stock that keeps building a higher base camp. And for whatever reason, it might be ready to make an assault on new highs. So it's still looking good. It's almost the kind of trade where you want to be in a little bit of it here, and then maybe be ready to sell some as it goes through, because sometimes things are short-lived. After they go through, they get a kind of a reversal. But I lost track of that name, Leon. I'm sharing my screen right now. I should be. Am I not? Uh-oh. What happened? You're right. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. We're seeing Barry's screen. Is that what we're seeing? Share screen. My screen. Okay, let's go back. Sorry for not catching up to that. Yeah, I see everybody talking about that now. There we go. We're back. So yeah, Zeta. I still have Zeta on my screen here. This is where I liked it. And then it gapped up and didn't really give anybody an entry, but it held that 20. And, if it wants to break through those highs, you might as well be positioned before that. I'm not sure how that happened. StreamYard is sharing your screen. I clicked hide. Maybe I clicked stop sharing instead. I don't know. That might have happened when I clicked that. Anyway, I'm back. Lisa probably shook me out because it's so nasty. No, I really don't want any part of that anymore. Okay, so I did buy some. So earlier today, we had a big push in silver. Patrick, if you're here, it's been just a mess. It gapped down, and now it's just a mess down here. But we had this big push earlier today, and I've been kind of keeping my eye on CDE. I liked the way it broke above all these moving averages and yesterday's high. So I'm long CDE from about 74, 73 right there. So I'm underwater a bit. Probably take this one home overnight. Something happened earlier in silver. We'll see if it closes stronger. Yes, can I give my opinion on ARQ? Which one is that? What do we got there? Chemical products. So I see 1, 2, 3 green days in a row, and I see that it just took out that 797 level. So after 3 strong days of run, I would not use this as an entry. I would tell you right now, I would not use this as an entry. Ideally, you were somebody who was grabbing the strength and using this as your target. And then once it broke through, now you're becoming a seller. And this is the concept of being contrarian in the market. If you just follow the herd and read the headlines and follow and chase green candles, you're going to get chewed apart. You've got to be contrarian and find strong stocks that are pulling back or consolidating sideways and anticipate a move. And then when you get that move, maybe add to it. And then as it really starts taking off, like it is right here, this is where you'd want to be, dishing some out. There's a lot of space right there between those two moving averages. And that's what I do. If I was in a stock down here and I took my swing position, I would be starting to fade out of it right here. There's Patrick. The minute I mentioned SSRM, even Brian Shannon said he was liking FSM, and he hates silver. It looks very similar to my CDE chart. It's actually popping right there. Okay, CZU for Mr. Darga. Sideways action. Earnings are coming up. You've already had the move, so I'm going to predict that it just might try to hold on to this move up here. And the good news is if it goes sideways, that's strong. If it pulls back, that's more weakness. But you've got earnings now. And so how many more days? You've only got a couple more days of trading because the weekend is in play. Hopefully it just holds above this $10 level, this 20-day moving average. Maybe, I don't know what to say about earnings. You don't want to gamble there, but look at the past history. You get 1, 2, 3 days of solid movement and then reversal. 1, 2, 3 days of movement and then reversal. So you can kind of see the personality of a stock when you look in the rear view mirror. Back to ARQ, because you qualified that. You were looking for a close above 8 to go long. I hate establishing a position after that much green. Now, what you could do is you could just jump into and take maybe a quarter or even a third. Now it's on your radar, and now you're closely monitoring it. But what if it does this and comes back down to this rising 5-day? Wouldn't it be nice to add the rest of it right there? That might be how I would play it, because to just go fully into it 100% right here and expect a 4th day of big green candles is a lot to ask. That's a tall order, and I don't trust that. So hopefully that helps. You've really got to be contrarian. You can't just trust that you're going to just continue to have this. This is an incredible strength of a move here. That's a pretty good move on the heels of a pretty good move yesterday with just one little in-breath. So for me, you've heard me say a day and a half is my perfect momentum. Well, here we are. This is a day and a half. Yesterday was day 1, and now we're midday. And you've already taken out this level, so you're bringing in new buyers. This is where you can find buyers left and right, but that might be short-lived. I just wouldn't establish a new position here unless it's a very small one and you're anticipating being able to add to it on consolidation. That's how I would look at that, Luca. WISA's still doing nothing, so it was just one of the red trades today. Red ones and green ones. I really want this one to go. This one would go for me. You see HYMC running towards the end of the day. I'll be fading out of it. I'll be selling some shares to take profits because it's clearing these levels right here. I'm leaning on the 20-day moving average as my backstop. So far, The daily 20 has held the price in play. And so far, intraday, the 5-day moving average has been pretty solid for me. So it's kind of giving me confidence here that I need to stay in this trade. GDX also is a big part of the sector strength. Oh, that's cool. I've got a little red. Didn't know I had that. I can use that more. Oh, I can type with it too. That's good. SoFi. Oops. Really getting hammered by its daily 50. However, it's intraday, 5-day moving average. Look, there's that drive down on the open, and then they found support at the 5-day. So it's kind of grinding. It's not bad. It's hanging in there. General market is still kind of grinding higher too. So a whole lot of nothing on that gap down this morning so far. I hear noise.
I think that was my cue when I heard a whole lot of nothing.
A whole lot of nothing.
Whole lot of nothing.
Well, how's your
Okay, Steve.
computer?
Well, I did a reboot. I think it's quieted down somewhat. So if you can't hear it in the background, then that's good. You hear my fan whirring like a
Yeah.
maniac. So so it is quieted down. So yeah, I think
think-
I'll just have to. I usually do reboot every night, and I got
Yeah.
lazy last night, and I decided not to. So lesson learned, as we say in trading a lot.
happens.
Lesson
Yeah.
learned. So.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Gomez, I'll let you go now. I know you have a lot to do. And now I know Oliver asked about will you be around? I'm certainly going to stick around. I may even go to 4 o'clock today because I really enjoy the races, and especially
Okay.
if it's tight. So, Oliver, if you're listening, I know you are listening. You know, and I see he's expanding his lead now, a $16,000 lead over Andre. It's a two-man race right now. I can't see
Cool.
anybody else really coming into it. They'd have to find some stock that the other two don't find.
That's true.
You know,
And that's hard to do sometimes.
and it's hard to do. So anyway, I will let you go. Let me just give me a moment. Let me resume my screen. There we are. I've got my screen going.
There you
So
go.
thanks a lot, Steve, as always,
All
for
right.
telling me, and we'll talk to you later.
You got it. See you guys. All right.
All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. And just one last thing to do. Video, guys. I had to do a reboot of my machine and all that, so I didn't have a chance to do my video. So I still have to do my video. It won't take long, a couple of minutes, and then I'll be back in. I'll hang around until about 1:05, and then I'll do my video. So now, oh, nice. Now this is exactly what I mean. Now I have no idea where Upstart's going. Okay, but this showed up on my gap down and reversal scan. Okay, and I just noticed it. So I'm in a little bit of this. Okay, now if you look at Upstart, here's the deal with Upstart, UPST. It is going to follow the market pretty closely, I think. I mean, look what it's doing. Okay, look at the market. Look what Upstart is doing. So this was a gap down and reversal so far. So I'm just waiting to see if it can have, I mean, the next high on the 15 is 22.99. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but this is a nice reversal now in the market, in the overall market. Back up to that magic 500. But I mean, I know that Upstart is one of those stocks that kind of follows the market. You mean how much money you've got left? Okay. I'll bring it up. You just go to your accounts, okay? But let me show you. Okay, so if you go to accounts, this will show you. Okay. Okay, did you see what I did? You just click on the accounts tab. Okay, you have to add it then. Just add it. Click on from right beside the brokerage 105, 1 to 5. Just click on new and then accounts. Where are you? Accounts tab. Okay, just add it. Here's a good example of what not to do, guys. Okay. So, I know I took this trade earlier. This is in the simulator, okay? The YYGH, just as a demonstration how you can take a trade. And at one point, so I was in 500 shares, still in, okay, in the simulator. But look what happened after. Now this that was at 11:45. Okay, so let me click on this. I think it'll work. I don't think I'll lose my. Okay, so 11:45. It got up to from 340. Okay, from 340. Let me make sure I'm right. Yeah. So from 330, 336, 368 was my entry. Okay, my entry 368 was my entry. Before it pulled back at all, it got up to 445. That's a huge percentage move, right? So this is what you would never do. You would never let something like that, where you had 500 shares and you're up almost a dollar, turn into a $152 loss. Okay. Now I wasn't watching this, of course. So, and it was just in the simulator. But this is, I'm going to get out of it now. I'm just going to flatten it. But you can see this is what you would not do. First of all, what would happen? What if I had been in this trade? I would have been watching here. Then this first candle here, as it was moving like this, I'd say, well, let me take some off. Okay. I mean, if I'm in at 368 and I get out at 420 some, that's a great percentage move. And then as it keeps moving down, I'm out. I'm out completely. Okay. Now it could have rebounded, could have, but with these small ones, you just never know. With 7 million in the float, you just never know. So I'm glad this happened just to show you. My max P&L was 332. And so I let that max $332 turn into a 152 $52 loss. Obviously, no bueno. Okay. SMFL on the open. Let me take a look at SMFL on the open. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Well, the only issue I've got with it, Denver, is that it had a big down. I mean, this is not the typical one that I would do. Now it just opened. Now, but did it get below 378? This is not the typical one that I would do, because this was in a downturn. The typical ones that I do are, moving higher, higher, higher right from the get go. Didn't have any of this. I'm not saying this would be bad. Okay, so Barbara, you have a scan that's called unusual volume. You have a scan called unusual volume, or where are you seeing it? Oh, I do. I do. I have relative strength leaders from the close. I don't have a scan well, I don't think so anyway. But let me just see. Oh, TI does. When you say you do, I'm thinking you mean me. Well, where is it though? I don't know where it is. You'd have to show me where it is. Could be, is it in one of the channels? So doc channel bar. So doc channel bar. I'm going to say the answer is yes. Okay, but I just have to find it. So there is not a channel that's called unusual volume. So what is it? It's a scan within a channel? Oh, I'm sorry. You are absolutely right. I never wait at the bottom here. So that means it's not used that much. But anyway, okay. So is this what you're talking about? Say insane volume? There's volume thrust. These are races though. But which one are you interested in? Volume thrust. Okay. Well, here it is. Okay. This is the volume thrust. So do you want this one? This is what I'll show you. So what? Okay. So if you're on this channel right now, okay, do this. If you're on this channel right now, go into, well, I can't tell you, okay, but unless you want to stay on this channel, but if you want this so you can have it as part of your layout, right click and duplicate it into a free floating window, okay? Free floating window, okay? When I do that, it's going to pop up on one of my other monitors. So now it's free floating, okay? Now here is where you can now right click, configure. Now you can make your adjustments. Okay, you can add whatever filters you want. First of all, I would get rid of this one, the daily volume, 500,000 shares a day. I would get rid of that. The reason being, I mean, if you're going to be intraday trading, who cares what the day average volume? Well, what if one stock was only over the last? That's a 5 day. What if over the last 5 days it only did 20,000 shares a day on average, but today it's doing like 10 million? You wouldn't see it. So I never use, if you're intraday trading, I would never ever use this filter if you're intraday trading. That's my opinion anyway. But do you, so I mean, I can't tell you when you say NCI alerted late. I mean, you can start adjusting these filters. I don't know when, I mean, I don't know when you saw it, but your question was, can we see the configuration of the current scan to change some of the filters and save it as a new scan? So the answer is yes, you can change it. Now, whether it would have caught NCI right at the beginning, I don't know. The current volume is at least two. I would leave that. 2 and 500. That's a pretty wide price range, but it's up to you. And the price is up 0.5% from the so basically, it's looking for stocks that are up from the open and up from the close. At least. Now, I can't tell you what else you could add that you would have seen NCI earlier. Let me, but I would get rid of this. The daily volume is at least 500,000 shares a day. I would get rid of that. But let's take a look at NCI. Where is it now? This was a great one yesterday. See, it's up, it's sort of fallen off. What you can do is start to look at some of these ones that are down here, and because these are haven't really moved that much yet. Okay, if I really expand this, you can start to see the percentages, right? So these haven't moved that much, the ones on the bottom. Maybe that's what you want to click on and see if they're starting to perhaps move. And if there's room for them to keep moving before it hits at some kind of resistance. So I mean, let's take a look at CSTM as an example. Okay, now it's only on a 15-minute chart, but does that make sense? Maybe take a look at some of these ones down here that haven't really quite, they're only modestly up. But if you want to, I mean, you can modify this once you have it free floating. Then you can change it. I mean, you can change it in here. The problem is, just give me a moment. See, the problem is it's not a problem, but the issue is if you make a change in the channel bar, any one of these scans in the channel bar, while you're still in the channel, fine. The minute you leave this channel, though, and if you came back, those changes are not saved. Okay, the changes are not saved, and there's a reason for that because when you're making a change, that's changing it for everybody. If we allowed that, so it's okay. You can change it while you're in the channel, but it's not. But it's just while you are in the channel, and it's sort of customized for you while you're in the channel. But when you leave the channel, in other words, when you make a change when you're in the channel, it's not changing everybody else's. Okay, if that makes sense. So the minute you leave though and come back, the changes you made are not saved. That's why I'm saying I think the real use of these, because I don't think people want to just hang on a channel all day long necessarily, but you can extract different scans that you might like. Okay, so you looked at this one, you thought volume thrust was something you're interested in. So again, you go down to it and you just say right click and you duplicate it into a free floating window. I'm doing this for everybody, okay? Anybody who might be listening. You duplicate it into a free floating window, and now that it's free floating, now you make your changes, and of course it's yours. Okay, save it into your layout, save it to the cloud, whatever you want to do. But now you can make your whatever changes you want. I would get rid of this. I would get rid of the, not that that's going to show you NCI earlier, but I would get rid of this because, like I said, what if a stock has normally traded, say, 20,000 shares a day over the last 5 days, and today it's doing 10 million? You won't see it. So why would you block that, right? So once you make your change, you say, I mean, I'm just as an example, okay, and now you can save it to the cloud, save it, always save it to the cloud. And then if it's part of your layout now, don't forget you save your layout. So now it's part of your layout if that's what you want. Does all that make sense? And that's the thing. So for anybody else who's listening, you can go through the different channels and start extracting scans that you might like. Okay. And then once they're out free floating, then you can massage them as you see fit. Okay. Okay. On that note, I have to do my video now. So time is it now? 1:10. It should be one. I should not take longer than 10 minutes. Okay, guys. So I will. Yeah, I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Let me just get that announcement on here. Just have to load my little tool that I use. So yeah, normally I do my video when I'm on my break, but I just didn't have a chance to. Time is at 1:11. Say 1:21. Okay, guys. So I will mute myself now in both of the trading rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. So I actually did my video on CDTX, and I'll explain why I did the video on CDTX. Okay, because people are always asking, well, how do you use the AI? Like, what am I supposed to really do with it? Okay, so CDTX, we had an alert early. Okay, if you can see right there, there's a down. It's a short. Okay, so nah. I mean, he's in third place, but he's still way behind Oliver. Okay, I see what you're looking at. Let me break my. So Oliver is expanding his lead a little bit here, guys. But you're right. Lazar has come out, and Lazar was a strong competitor to you last time. And in fact, I think he won the time before you. Okay, I think he definitely won one. So yeah, so there's Lazar. Did he win a? Yeah, I think he won the time before you. So where was I? So on the CDTX. So we had an alert from our AI at 1353 to short. Okay, there's that down arrow. Now, let me expand this just a little bit. So before it pulled up, this was almost a straight shot down to 1256. Now, I'm not saying you could have got out right there, but if you had taken this, right from the beginning, you probably, even if you got the middle two-thirds of that move, that would have been an awesome move, right? Then look what happened. Now you could have held on to some because it pulled up a little bit, made another new low. But this is the candle that I really want to speak about because all of a sudden you get this big green candle. So imagine though that you miss this trade completely, or you sort of, yeah, I don't know if I want this one, and then you beat yourself up because it turned into just a great trade. Okay, now watch what happened here. You got a green candle here, a green candle here. At one point, this red candle was green, and it got almost into, the high the alert price. If you were putting a price alert, right, maybe at the alert price or maybe 15 cents underneath, just to see if it gets close. Look what would have happened. I'm not saying this is going to happen every single time, but look what could have happened. You could have ended up taking this trade, saying at 1330 or so, and now, you're writing it down. You could still be in most of it anyway at 1256. And this is at the low of the day. And look at all the room it's got still. I mean, this may continue down. We don't know. But all I'm trying to say is using the AI like a watch list. You miss it the first time, you might get it the second time. Don't beat yourself up. Okay. And it's just a matter. I didn't do it, but had I been following this a lot more closely, I would have put a price alert in this area because that got within, I think, 8 cents, 8 cents of the alert price. And BRFH actually has a bigger percentage move in our AI, but I didn't want to talk too much about that one because even though now there are shares available, a lot more shares, 10,000 shares at Interactive Brokers, I just felt that probably a lot of people would not have shares available to short. And I thought that plus the CDX to me anyway, the CDTX to me was a better example of how I think people can use the AI to their advantage. Meanwhile, my upstart is just kind of hanging around. I've got now. I might have to get out of it. I'm just watching what the market's doing here. Okay, with the market, because I think upstart will probably follow the market pretty closely. UPST. So I'm just going to watch this. Oh man, you know what really gapped down and reversed well, and the reason I didn't take it at the very beginning was because of the spread. But look at it now. That's why I'm telling you guys, afternoon trades can be really good. Look at the HZO now. Okay, so I was watching for about a 24.15 break, but when we were first watching it, the spread was not great. The spread is not fabulous. It's 13 cents. Okay, it's not fabulous, but it's a lot better than what it was. Here's another one. Again, like moving kind of with the market, okay? Here's another one, gap down, like the market gap down. Look at the market gapping down and then moving higher here. Love is an earnings play. All right, guys. William, today, what's your agenda? You better be saying pretty late, slacked off yesterday. All right. Well, sorry, Oliver, you're looking good. You're still looking good. All right, so William will keep the room open until 4:15. Now, I'll probably hang around later myself, depending on how this how the contest goes. Okay, I mean, if Oliver just gets up a big lead, I may not hang around to right to the end, but otherwise, I will hang around and watch to see how this unfolds. And I think we can forget about anybody underneath because, as I said to Steve, the only way Lazar or any one of these people down here can catch up is by somehow getting into some trade that Oliver or Andre doesn't see. Something that's really moving. Now they're so good at finding the ones that are moving because otherwise they'll all be in it. Okay, and so you cannot close the gap if you're all in the same trades. Now it depends, and Oliver and Andre have great buying power. Remember now, Oliver can buy. I mean, not that he's going to, but his profit is 124, so he's got 224,000 in his account. Okay, so he's out access to $224,000, not just 100. You are a case, aren't you, face? I know who you are. All right, guys. Okay, I'm glad I got out of the upstart UPST. Glad I got out of it. You know what I was saying. Okay. I made the minorists, the most minor of gains. Wow, this HZO, what a great, great, great move off 24. Man, actually, it's the 8 EMA in the 5-minute chart. You know how Steve uses the 10 SMA? Oh, it's the SMA? Okay, I thought it was the EMA. Okay, so it's the 8 SMA on the 5-minute chart. Steve uses the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart as an example. Is it the SMA, William, or the EMA? I thought, because I thought you were using what Real would do, and I thought he had the 8 EMA on the 5-minute, not the SMA. I may be wrong. I think he always talked about the 8 EMA, okay, on the 5-minute chart. Unless it's a, yeah, okay, good. And this is not, telling any secrets or anything, but, Oliver won the last contest, and it was a short only contest. All you could do was short. So he already has said in the room that all he's doing is shorting. No, well, maybe not all, but I would say that what, 90%, 95%. I haven't looked at what you're doing, but oh, okay, there you go. 100%. And Oliver, had you really shorted at all until the last contest? I mean, you might have taken the odd short, but had you really done many shorts? So what you're saying is that really opened your eyes. Oh man, this HZO, great, great, great. Why I liked it because look at all the room it has on the daily, but uh, oh, that's even better because then that could be a little bit real world for you. Because there's one thing about shorting some of these stupid little penny stocks that nobody has shorts on. Yeah, you can make a bundle, but if you couldn't do it in the real world, but that's good. Well, I mean, man, you've got two and a half hours left, right? 2.5 hours left in the contest, and you have been maintaining your gap. I feel badly for Mr. G because he probably would have been out of this. He'd be up around 100. Oh man, he'd be up 147. He'd be leading. Wow, he would actually be leading. He's down $47,000 in a trade. Well, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He'd be at 100 if he could zero this out. He'd be at 100. But he had to travel today, so he was basically kind of hamstrung. Well, I was saying earlier, this would have been an awesome short. I was saying earlier that my guess is that if you're I'm not talking to you, Oliver, necessarily, but if you were in this contest and you saw this, this would have turned, at some point you'd have to feel, okay, this has gone way too parabolic. And the minute you see this little red candle, you could have started a short, probably shady. I think probably because that would have been, I mean, from even if you waited a bit, 418 down to 3 in the contest, man, that would have been a huge amount of money. Well, you could have taken, well, if you still had if you had 100,000 in your account, you could have taken about 25,000 shares. So, he's definitely short AIRE. Okay. Well, who knows? Maybe if it takes a big trashing at the end, it's starting to come down. Here's the HZO. I'm wondering on a short now. It struggled to get through 25. Well, let's just for fun in the simulator. This is so if I were part of this contest. So I could short. Oh, Too much. Sorry, I meant do it again. There we go. Okay, 2 PM. All right. So you're probably not going to trade, right? Okay. Obviously, you're not going to trade in the next half hour, maybe. Well, I will keep an eye on it for you. Of course, you have your phone. You can keep an eye on it now on our webpage. All right. You can obviously keep an eye on your webpage while you're sitting in the office, whatever appointment you've got, glancing constantly. Because remember, guys, I mean, this is a contest, okay? But it is, the first prize is $2,400. It's an excuse me, Amazon gift certificate for $2,400. So, no, you cannot have trade ideas. You cannot have, no, no, you can't. Unfortunately, Oliver. But why would you care being logged in on your PC so much? Just give me your phone number. I'll keep calling you. I forgot to mention these IPOs that came out today. Well, one of them was really good. I thought it was the LOAR, in fact. Yeah, last time I saw it, I thought it was up at, well, there it is, 44. Well, I don't know if it's going to go lower, but I mean, it did. What did it hit? It got up to 48. I'm going to stick an alert out there. Believe it or not. Excuse me. Believe it or not. So this has been a successful, very, very successful IPO, guys, so far. How do we measure success? Well, it was priced between 24 and 26, and it's at $45 now. How do we measure not so good? Well, 18 to 21 for the MRX, and it's at 1940. So, no, it's certainly no enthusiasm yet. And this one, not bad. The RBRK 20, it was priced between 28 and 31, and it's at 38 now. So, significantly above. But this one, the Rourke, is way above. I mean, it's just about a double, almost a double. So, unfortunately, in the simulator, you cannot short. Okay, in the simulator, you cannot short IPOs the day of. Okay, in the simulator. Meanwhile, meanwhile, Mr. Spy, look at this, guys. I mean, this is pretty impressive. I thought this was Bleak House on the way down here, but look at this. 497 was the low, and this has been since 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, about an hour and a half, 2.5 hours straight up. So if you're, no, I bet you yeah, I mean, look at well, not my anymore, but look at UPST now. See, it was when it did this little jog down here. I thought, okay, is this it? So that's why I got out. But now it's still moving. UPST, basically following the market. So that's why if you're going to play a bounce play, especially a stock that is been beaten up, probably because of the overall market. This did not have wasn't an earnings release. UPST. There was no news that I could find on it. It was just basically trading like a lot of the stocks in the market. But the minute you get a bounce like this, you can start really looking for these bounce plays. And you start looking here, okay, here. I'm not saying now because I mean I don't know how much further the market is going to keep moving, but you could right around here, right around here on that break right there, 2241. That's not where I got it, but well, John, you did a heck of a job last year in Robinhood making 300K. I mean, that's a heck of a job. Which is better for shorts? My guess is that it's Interactive Brokers. I've never had Thinkorswim. Okay, but my guess is that it will be Interactive Brokers. But anybody with Thinkorswim, the only way we can effectively do this is every time I say I've got shorts, and if somebody with Thinkorswim says, "Well, I don't have shorts for that," but it needs a bigger sample size. But I seem to recollect over the last several years people saying not having as much luck finding shorts in Thinkorswim compared to Interactive Brokers. Now, Interactive Brokers is not it's not the be all and the end all when it comes to shorts. If you're looking for that, then you've got to go to something like Centerpoint, but it'll cost you. Centerpoint is more expensive, but depends what if a stock moves, $10, it doesn't matter how much they're charging you. But I think I can safely say, like Shumuchi is saying, I can safely say Interactive Brokers versus Thinkorswim. Look at Upstart now. They do charge half a cent a share, okay? But there is a light version, okay? There is a light version, but the only problem with the light version is that you cannot link. I'm not talking about trading from within trade ideas, but oh, wait a minute. We do link now, don't we? Pepe, we do link now. Linking meaning when I click on a symbol. Yeah. So, okay. So we actually do link now with IB Light. I don't have that. I don't. If I had that in Canada, I'd switch. I mean, but the half a cent a share just doesn't bother me. Okay, but I mean, if I had, but it's not available in Canada because we are not into the payment for order flow (PO). Oh, I have no idea if they charge for maintaining an account. I think if you trade enough, they'll waive anything like that. But I'll be honest, I don't know. Whatever they charge it's got to be minimal. But Torty, that can happen with Interactive Brokers too. Okay, it depends. Especially some of the. There you go. You charge for a. Oh wow, that's expensive. 150 a month. I really. That seems unreasonable. All right, William is posting some information about AY. Take over. Take over chatter on a blog somewhere. Okay, Oliver, I don't know if you're still around, but you're still maintaining your gap here. Oh, light speed, light speed. I was thinking of Thinkorswim. I don't know anything about light speed. So good grief, what a difference in my so Pepe, I guess the trick is just to start my computer every morning just before I get rolling. What a difference. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm now back. Well, things have slowed down a lot for me now. Yeah, so this is what I have been doing, Pepe, as just before I go to bed. Okay. Yeah, I do a reboot. Okay. And then I put it to sleep. And then so obviously, see, I just assume if you put it to sleep, really nothing's happening. So it would just save me from having to do the reboot in the morning. That's all. But you're saying that that's not the way to do it. I mean, it's literally I do a reboot and then I put it to sleep immediately. So I'm not doing anything. It's just like literally before I'm going to bed. Sorry, guys, but okay, start fresh every morning. Okay, thank you. Because listen to the well, you can't hear anything, can you? That's why I'm reluctant to go out and buy a computer. Boy, look at this market, guys. Go, go, go. We already had the bad news for Microsoft for Facebook, Meta. That's what caused the market to drop after hours yesterday. Actually, that's not true. That's not true. Here we go. This is after hours yesterday, okay? And that's when Meta came up with their earnings, and that tanked the market. Tanked it. Little bit of a rally, little bit of a rally, and then some economic numbers came out, and that caused the market to go down more this morning. But look at this. That's a pretty impressive bounce, guys. I think, and you know why, Pepe. You know why. Man, look at that upstart now. Son of a. Hmm. Oh, here's the GTX, guys. I mean, here's another one that is just romping with the market. Okay, maybe a little late. I mean, a little break over 960, not bad. But again, it's got a lot of room. The next high looking left is 990, and it's moving with the market. Look at this market. Look at this. I mean, I don't really know these guys at all. Automobile technology. Also Big Blue, yeah, JM, also IBM. IBM didn't help. IBM also tanked after hours yesterday. What do I think of AMST? AMST. Well, obviously it's got room. Okay, that's about the best we can say. It's been, but looking at this 15-minute chart, I don't see an edge. I mean, look how choppy it is. Topping tails, bottoming tails. It really hasn't settled down, has it? I look for things to settle down a lot more, especially what time is it now? 1:52. And it not hasn't really settled down, in my opinion. Settling down meaning, okay, a little bit of a base, not so many ups and downs, topping tails, bottoming tails, maybe a little bit of a base. Because obviously, yes, of course, it's got some room. 434, next high looking left, it's got a ton of room. Big day yesterday, but it did sell off. I mean, 435 and it closed down here at 335. So, sold off a pretty big percent. And another glance at the leaderboard here. So Oliver is still maintaining that gap, 125 to 106. And what time is it now? So he said he had an appointment at 2, won't be back till 3. So, well, we'll see. I would have canceled my appointment if my appointment was less than $2,600 worth to me. So this is where I found the upstart, guys. Okay. Now this would have shown up a lot earlier too, but I've done, several reboots of the system. So, but that's where wow, look at the upstart now. 2292. I was in around 2250. So that's where I found it in the gap continuation or reversal scan, which I'm really starting to warm up to again. I hadn't had this loaded for, well, I would say even over a year. Pepe, you've let me down again. You didn't tell me I had my sound toggle off. Yes, you were, Denver. Now, I think somebody earlier went long BMRN, right? BMRN went long BMRN, and maybe they got long here, probably out of it on that pullback. But now, I mean, this could have a late day run. It looks like it's really tracking this market too. I mean, it shouldn't be. I mean, this is a an earnings play on its own. So got completely and utterly beaten up. Look at this. You know what? I'm going to wait and go out on the wild side here and use the browser interface too. Okay, a little bit of yeah. So this is going through these gyrations until it settles down. I should never do it. There we go. Intraday. Okay, so here is the BMRN, and we have a halt for back. Ooh, on the way up. My goodness, it got halted and then it gapped up. Wow. BACK. Wow, that's a big wow, guys. Wow, because the high up here is 543. Well, let me tag along with Pepe to see what you're talking about and see if there's any sort of a filter that could have blocked it. First of all, you were talking CMSA, C PCA, PCSA, PCSA. Okay. Okay. So let's see what you've got. And make sure that there's not some kind of crazy filter in here that might be blocking it. Okay, so there's your view. So this is what you're looking at. This is what I'm looking at. However, as you know, what happened? Did it come back down underneath the like what was the alert here? Did it cross above? Because remember, this does require volume confirmation. Okay, which has been a common. I hate to call it a complaint, but it's been a common question about why is it. So I don't know if that happened. It's because remember, if you click on it and you click on the help, it requires volume confirmation, and so it's possible that's the reason. The VWAP is at 235. Obviously, everything else is satisfied. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to let this one go for a while and see what happens. Okay, because that's typically the reason. Yeah. So as Pepe said, it is the volume confirmation, which a lot of times is not the worst thing because sometimes it might break the VWAP on one share, okay, and then come right back down. And I know a lot of people don't like it, but it's been a common question for ever since I've been at Trade Ideas, 14 years, I think. It's probably because I'm trying to talk over my computer, Jay. Wolfpack research out on Riley. Okay. And obviously not good, right? They're suggesting that whatever they said yesterday We don't believe it. Is that what they're saying? Well, it means that it would have to break, and there's some kind of a formula, Denver, okay? I don't know what it is exactly. If you click on help, you'll see. I don't think it's gonna give you the exact formula, but imagine if the VWAP got broken on very few shares, okay? And then it came right, then you get the alert. So it's really not, significant, perhaps, okay? It's not significant, the fact that it breaks on just a few shares, and it could come right back down. So what they try to institute is a volume confirmation. So when the VWAP gets broken, it's on a significant number of shares. Okay, for instance, here, Dawn. I want to look at Dawn. Okay, so there's the VWAP at 1355. Okay, and what was the alert at 1345? So that's 10 cents away. Price cross. See if you click if you have the description. Well, you do have you do have it. Cross below the V. Well, actually, it says it crossed it right here. You probably would have, but typically when I did have a scan that did something like this, and when I was monitoring it, typically when I got the alert, sometimes it was bang on, like right at the penny, but usually within, not a crazy difference. Okay, not that it should make any, not that it was making any difference for me. Okay, because again, unless you're trying to make 5 cents on the trade. Okay, you know what? Sorry. So I'm just gonna, monitor it. I mean, you're right though. I mean, sometimes it gets a little frustrating. Where did you no, you didn't get the alert at all, I'm assuming. Okay. For the other one, for the PCSA. So obviously it did not have enough volume according to the algorithm to make it a valid, and every now and then though, of course it could run. I think the thing is, Denver, as long as, I don't know, 95% of them. Oh, really? Well, then I have no explanation. Well, it would have all the filters, but volume confirmation is not really a filter, is it? Okay, guys, here's the back, and let's take a look on the monthly chart. Where could it keep going to? So, wow. So, I mean, look at back. I mean, the next high on the monthly chart anyway is 1050 or so. So, I mean, that's a no. I'm not saying it's getting there, because within this monthly chart there could be some weekly candles here, but boy, it has got some room on a monthly chart anyway. Late coffee, guys. Okay, again, Oliver is still maintaining that gap, guys. Oliver is still maintaining that gap. He's got maybe another 40 odd minutes before he shows up again. Wow, look at this back. My goodness. Now, did back ever go below the first halt price? Halted at 481. I doubt it. All right, GTX is on the move now too. You're not still in it, are you, William? Meta? Or did you hold on for the ride here? There's no way you would have been in it on this drop. Okay. Okay, market. What is the market doing? Continuing its strong rally. Good. I'm glad that because then so it was the volume confirmation. Yeah. Okay. Good. I'm glad there was something because otherwise I would have no explanation. Talking to Pepe in our main room. Even so, some of the miners are coming back. They've come back. So I'm sure Mara probably looks like this, MARA or Riot. I'm sure it looks probably something like this, a little bit choppy. I mean, it's hard for me to trade these because of the topping tails, bottoming tails. You know, you got to put wide stops for me anyway. So let's take a look at Mara. Probably it's the same. Yep, exactly, almost exactly the same. Riot will. So at this point, you know, Riot and Mara and the miners are now starting to move virtually the same as Bitcoin. Okay, like they used to, up until maybe a month and a half before the halving event. Well, a couple of reasons. I didn't see it. Ashish. I did not see it. Number one. Okay. What I was wondering though, it got halted at 481. Okay, and if it had opened, see, this is where it opened. If it had opened and then dropped down below 481, had I seen all this and then got back over 481, I would have taken the trade. Okay. So that's, and I don't chase now. I only do that the first time. Okay. So I didn't see it the first time. And that is something that I've been doing for a little while. Certainly not a recommendation to do exactly the same thing. I just found that it seems to work pretty well on the after the first halt. Second, third, I don't do it. And it's good because you have a lot of time to set up because the stock gets halted. Then all you have to do is we know what the halt price is, and then you wait about 5 minutes before it to open. You could even put a price alert underneath the halt price to see if it gets down there and then gets through that halt price again. So you've got really have 5 minutes to figure it all out, assuming it's a 5 minute halt. I mean, sometimes they're longer, but look at this one: 152 plus 41 seconds, 157 plus 41 seconds, exactly a 5 minute halt. But this one was 10 minutes. Okay, when it first got halted, 140 plus 56 seconds, 150 plus 57 seconds. So that was a 10 minute halt. The next halt though was 5 minutes. Rarely, David. I can't remember the last time I did. The last time I sort of swung trade, swang trade, and I held over the weekend was that, and it was a bit of a whim. It was the Singaporean one that came out last week, the TRSG, and only because of what happened with the other one the week before, the MNPR. I thought, well, maybe this could do something reasonably similar. So I actually held this one over the weekend and traded. This is Monday, I guess. Yeah, this is Monday, and I traded it out. Did okay on it, but I was really hoping for a nice $10 run. So no, I don't hold these overnight. A couple things can happen. One, they could do a financing, and two, they could just drop. Okay, I mean, especially if there's no news. If there's no news at all. Now we've seen stocks that have kept running and running and running and running on no news, like our friend IZM, right? Crazy, 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 crazy move from day after day after day, no news, $8, and it actually got what you don't see here on this day. What you don't see, actually, I'm sorry. Oh, on this day, what you don't see that in the pre-market, this is on the 17th. In the pre-market, this actually got up to uh, over 100, 110, I want to say, in the pre-market. And then look what happened when in the pre-market it started to drop, and then when the market opened, it dropped all the way down to 7. So I mean, again, these are sure. What I'd love to say, you know what, I'm going to swing this one, sure, but these are few and far between. Is there a go no go scan? Well, let me ask. I mean, I know there is one, but I'm not sure it's ready for prime time. Give me a moment. I used to see it here, but I see it. I don't think it's here anymore. I do remember seeing it. So I guess it's not ready yet. Come on, Oliver, get back. What time is it now? Maybe another 40 minutes. He's still maintaining that gap. Andre has not been able to close the gap. And I listen, I got nothing against Andre. If he were in the room, one of the two rooms, I'd be cheering him on too. Okay. But Oliver is the only one that I know is in the room. My favorite trading song is on right now. All right, guys. Well, listen, it's 2:19, so I'll go over my homepage one last time. And my promo code has now been updated on my homepage. So, well, there's rarely a new scan ever added, David. Okay. Okay. There's rarely a new scan. Sometimes there might be a new channel bar because I know this was advertised a little while ago, the opening range break, but there's not like an individual scan that you'll ever see. Okay. But sometimes I know they put out an email about this new about the opening range break as a channel, but they'll never put here is a new scan. Like if I develop a scan or something, you're not going to see that in any release note. Nope. There it is, right there. New gold dream. I can't help gyrating in my seat. You guys don't hear it, but okay, guys. So here is my homepage. Okay, here is my homepage. So we have the there it is. So there's Barry 25. Okay, so that has been updated. I don't have to tell you the code. There is the code you can use to get 25% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. Okay. And if you do take out a subscription, as always, please use my code. The more people that use my code, the room gets credit for the subscription, and that keeps the room free. It is that simple. Look at back now. Wow. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos, which will cover most of the major aspects of trade ideas. Okay. 10 short videos, Trading 101, free series of videos for you if you're new to trading. There are about 38 of them. Stock of the day video that I do. You can sign up for it here. Of course, it's free. Trade of the week. I'm sure Steve might have gone over the trade of the week this week when he was in YouTube in YouTube between 12 and 1. And he probably explained there was no real trade of the week. It was a suggestion to stay in cash. Education section is here. Big education section is here. And then here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. Combo scan that I talk a lot about. I'm starting to use the gap continuation or reversal scan a lot more now. And I love the breakdown and the breakouts. Don't get too many alerts. Like none of these give too many alerts. This one gives a few more, but it's not like I'm overwhelmed with alerts. That's the whole key to this, okay? And of course, this is the relative strength leaders that I cannot miss, staring at me all day long. Wow, look at this back is still alive here. 1065. Next high looking left. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but boy, if you're in this one now, if you were now, you would have had a challenge to hold. Certainly your whole position. 672 got down to 621, and it went down to 569 up. So I mean, it would have been a challenge to hold your entire position. In fact, it would have been probably foolhardy too, because you never know what's going to happen. Remember now, 1 million in the float. And this one, the shim. I mean, I'd never seen this one before until, oh, that's why. Fairly new trading, but I don't think it really showed up any of my scanners that much. But, I had a great day yesterday, 2 days ago, bit of a consolidation day, call it yesterday. And then today, another pop. The next high, 407. And it's another low float, 2.7 million in the float. And remember, I don't scan for low float stocks. They just happen because, I mean, how can a stock, very rarely that a stock is going to be up 119% if it's got a big float. So it's not like I don't use the float filter in here at all. In fact, I don't use the float filter in any of my scans. Just in case some crazy stock with 100 million in the float happens to go up 25 or 30%. Like Meta. It was out of my price range, but not up, but it was down, like it was down a ton here when it was at 413. I can't remember what the exact percentage was, but are you kidding me? Denver, are you trolling me? IZM, high of the day. But you're right. You are absolutely right. I know you're kidding. I just happened to mention this one, but yeah, look at this. I mean, who knows, guys? I mean, the next high looking left is what, 362, so it's almost there. The next high is 393. I mean, the big level. I will put a price alert at 865 because who knows? Maybe next week, next month, next year, maybe It's funny, that song I didn't really know of. I really didn't know it that well. It wasn't one of their ones that I ever heard that much of. They obviously the other one, Forget About Me, but I s but man, I mean, it is a that's a motivating, in my opinion anyway, a motivating, song to listen to if you're sitting and trading. I agree. It looks pretty good for Oliver now, guys. Only an hour and about an hour and a half, and Andre has not been able to close the gap. And whatever he's in, is he's down a couple of $1,000. So in that trade, and of course Oliver has been away. Pretty cool, guys. I think anyway, especially for somebody like Oliver, who's not as he professes, he's still kind of a rookie. So what he could start doing is, he's going to turn himself. Well, he's turning himself into a short expert, and he found ways to short these. Now, the only issue is sometimes some of these ones, but though he did say that most of the time there were shorts available at Interactive Brokers. So this, so it was real world what he was doing. Well, you got some work to do. Make this tech work in our YouTube room. He says, don't count him out. He's only $21,000 in a lost position. So you only have $146,000 to make up in an hour and a half. So if you do that, Matt, I'll guarantee if you do that, I'll get them to give you a free year of trade ideas on top of the 2,600. Okay, I will do that. It may come out of my paycheck, but I'll do it. It's been sweet is the GTX. It's been sweet. Again, guys, I'm really paying attention now, especially in the afternoon, to these continuation or reversals, especially in the afternoon. Not so much in the morning when things can, keep popping up and down, up and down, up and down. So, guys, it's now 2:30. So, when I was earlier on in the day, I was, you probably heard the frustration in my voice because of what was happening with my computer. So I wasn't really focused that much, but I forgot to even welcome anybody who's new into the room. And also, this is a support room too. It's not just a trading room. Okay, that's why I call it when in YouTube, you'll see it's called a trading and support room. So you can ask me questions all day long. If I am busy at something, because maybe I'm in a trade that requires my full concentration, fine, I'll let you know. But otherwise, I mean, I can ask you questions all day, or you can ask me questions all day long. Both, John. But the thing is with these ones, a lot of them are very they're kind of cheap stocks. I typically don't short cheaper stocks. Okay. So some of them are very cheap. I have a bit of a problem personally, though I did it this morning with the Hertz HTZ. I typically don't short stocks under $5. Okay. But again, that is just a personal preference. Okay, guys. Now that was a bit of an uh oh moment. I'm out of my GTX. Okay, getting closer and closer to 10. But that was a bit of an uh-oh moment, perhaps. That is about the second biggest red bar we've had. You know, that's the biggest one, of course. That's pre-market, but I think that's probably the second biggest one. That could have been a catalyst for a big sell-off, but right now the buyers and there is there is Steve's famous 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Okay, there is this famous 10 SMA, that yellow line that you see, and he swears by it. So look what happened. It pounded right into it, and it's maybe going to bounce off it. Now, if it takes it out, if this candle becomes red, all bets are off. Then it's probably a breakdown through it. But again, if you were listening to Steve in the YouTube room between 12 and 1, I'm sure he talked a lot about the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. He absolutely loves that. Now, if I'm in a contest of some sort, John, and I look at an MNY and I've got $100,000 at my disposal, sure, I'd probably take 40,000 shares and short this, in a contest, right? Try to figure out a top and short it, but not going to. I absolutely not going to do that for real. Now Steve would never have got out of this GTX as an example. Okay. If he'd got into it, there's that, there's the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. And you can see that right there, it broke above it and it closed above it. So that would be his, if we're looking at something like this, his idea of taking a trade. So right around 946, and he's in it, he's in it, he's in it. You see how that got perilously close, but it didn't even touch it, but it got close. Hopefully you can see what, why don't I get a big chart up? Now on this chart, it's the blue line. Okay, it's not the orange line, but you can see it's exactly the same. So Steve's idea, if you were watching this one, okay, maybe he's seeing this one, and it's approaching. See what happened here on this candle right here, 1045. See how it got above? Did not close above it, right? Did not close above it. This candle got above again, but it closed above it. So if you were so inclined, and other things being equal, he could have taken this trade at 945, and then he's in it, in it, in it. Now see how it got close, but it still did not close below. So he's still in it, in it, in it, in it, like I should be. Okay, I'm not in it anymore. So I mean, there's another way you can practice trading. Follow that 10 SMA, put it on your 15-minute chart, and he actually has a scan that I can give to you. I might even look at it. Isn't that great though, Christine? Seriously, isn't that great? Great trading song. So let me see if I've got this one that he calls "Jam Down to the 15." If I don't, I'll bet you Pepe has it. He saves everything. There we go. Jam down buy to the 10 SMA. Let's just take a look at it. Now, I probably would rather have a top list to show me stocks that are close to the 10 SMA. You know what, Shaw? I'm talking to Shaw in our YouTube room. He waits. He doesn't wait for the 15-minute close. He waits for the 5-minute close. Okay, and there's nothing. When you say he's a better trader than it's whatever works. I mean, if you wait for the 5-minute, I could conceivably see waiting for the 15 to take the trade, but then maybe, yeah, closing out on the 5 if it closed down below the 5 on the 10 SMA. But let's see what this looks like, okay? So, 5 see, I will get rid of this. First off, I'll get rid of that. I don't care if I'm intraday trading, I do not care about average over 3 months, 5 days. I don't care. So what else is there? Okay, so he's looking for strong stocks that are coming down into that 10 SMA. Now that obviously in the other this case, you're not going to see that, okay? But you can flip this. You can flip this. So you now what he's looking at if it goes up to it, he's looking at as a potential a short, you know, but it doesn't have to be. I mean, it all depends on what it does, right? But he's looking at something that might come into it and then get stalled there and move down, like it happened the first time. I don't know if it's better. I listen. I don't use really either. Poe. He just uses a 10. I know there are some out there that use actually the 9 EMA, not the SMA, but I don't think it matters that much whether you use a 9 SMA or the 10 SMA. I don't know. I can't possibly say if one is better than the other. You know what you can do is just put the 10 SMA on your chart and the 9 and see how, they're probably so darn close. It probably doesn't matter. Okay, this is the link for it, okay? Sure. Now I took out one thing. I took out that average 3-month volume. So you don't have to, but okay, so here it is. And again, all you have to do if you want the jam up to it. Again, remember, this is a jam down, so something's moving down into it. And then they have the other one. So all you have to do is duplicate the window. Okay, duplicate the window, and then right click. And we've got a great little tool. Whoops, and click on configure, and then we have a flip tool. Okay, so what'll happen is it'll flip anything that can be flipped. Obviously, you can flip new low to new high. You can't flip the price range, but you can flip this. The price was down at least 1%. You can have it up. Price was up at least 10% from 20 days ago. Now it'll have to be down. Okay. And the RSI will go to 20. And also this will be flipped. So anything that can be flipped, you can't flip a price range, obviously. Okay. So watch what happens when I flip it. Ta-da. So now new high, up 1%, down 10% 20 days ago, and now that is flipped. The value is now here. Interesting that it didn't flip the I would have thought it would flip that to 20. You can do it if you want, flip it to 20, which would mean a stock that is I would do that. Put it here because you're trying to look for stocks that are like over like really selling off, I guess. I'm surprised that doesn't flip. But you don't have to. I mean, I'll leave it like this and let's see what happens. Now, give it another name, you know, the jam up, sell to the 10 SMA. Christine has a dog, but and a big I thought you said you had a big giant poodle or a big dog that didn't do anything, or maybe a big dog that didn't do anything. That's what I thought. Two standard poodles. Anyway, you can play around with that. All right. Well, let's take a look at IZM. Is it showing up here at all? Now, it will not, well, actually, 20% up. Relative volume is certainly over one. Oh, here it is. I just got to look a little more closely. Yeah, it's right here, Michael Storm. Okay. I'm sure, didn't he? But you were in the YouTube room. I'm sure, did he not hand that out? The jam down to the 10 SMA? Okay, that's okay. But I know you were in the YouTube room because I saw you asking him questions. So he talks about that at length. So here's another, here's a case. Look at so if you had taken this, now this is after the fact, of course. I mean, you can't know that it's going to do this, but I mean, if somehow you figured, okay, there's the 10 SMA, I'm going to take it right here, 278. I'm in it, I'm in it, I'm in it, I'm in it, and boy, now I don't care. I'm not going to wait to get out of it or some of it on a break of this because I mean, this was just a tremendous move. So I mean, I think you have to handle every trade a little bit differently, especially something that can be so crazy. But look what it did. It came into the 200-day, or sorry, that 10 SMA. It seemed to hold it, and it bounced right off it. Well, it's above the VWAP now, isn't it? Oh, what time is it? 2:45. Well, wait a minute. I have the VWAP at 3:14. Draw. I have it at 3:14. Where do you have it? Oh, I see. You mean heading back down to it. I see. Okay. Okay, guys. I think we're in. getting ready for a bit of an uh-oh moment, okay? I mean, we had this red bar. Yes, that bar was green at one point, okay? This is the 230 candle. It was green at one point, but the seller stepped in. So, you know, and now there's that 10 SMA, okay, that orange line. It closed below it. It did close below it. So I don't know. I know Shady loves the Qs and all to short. Is it TQQQ? I don't know. One of them, but okay, Oliver. I don't know if you're back. You're probably not back yet, but you're still maintaining that lead. Another hour and 13 minutes to go. Don't do you? Okay, let me see. Is this something you short or you to buy the short version of it? TQQQ. I see you trading every now and then that, but I don't know if you're shorting it or going long. So here's another one. Okay, I mean it's basically looking like the SPY, isn't it? I mean, if you're following, if a person is following this 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, there's the orange line for the SPY. Of course, the Q is going to be very close. So you don't buy the inverse ever. You short TQQ. You don't buy the inverse. Just for people who can't short in their account, perhaps. Well, there you go. SQQ sucks. Why does it suck? I mean, it's got 133 million shares. Why does it? Really? Oh, because of the price? I mean, it's obviously the same percentage move. Really? Okay. 2.62%, just out of curiosity. It should say minus 0.26. Okay. I mean, look, you guys are the experts in that. So I am not. It's funny. Well, of course, it's cheaper. That's why it has a lot more volume. But so there's no decay. But I'm not talking about holding overnight. But anyway, you know what? You guys are the experts in trading that. So I shall defer. Not that I trade this, but I was just trying to help people who can't short, you know, maybe their account doesn't allow them to short. Massive, massive, massive miss by me. Look at this HZO. I was watching it earlier. The spread wasn't great, but the 24 break, I was looking at it at 24.20. Look at this move now. Now, I would have had a bottoming tail there, probably would have got me out some for sure. But look at this move now. Nice tight candles, pretty tight candles. And that's the HZO. And that showed up on the reversal scan. Gap down, reverse. And it's sort of interesting to me because it's still moving a little bit higher, even though now the market is, looks like it wants to fall. You guys have that commercial in the States with the cat and betting. It's I find it hilarious. I don't know if you have the same, maybe a Canadian commercial. Oh, it's hilarious. Two guys are talking about, well, what are your rules for betting? Okay, this is sports betting. Okay, what are your rules? And the guy's going, well, I do this and that and that, and the other guy's looking at him, and so the guy who's telling about all his rules, he said, and what do you do? And he sort of looks sheepishly. And in the garage, there's a cat, and there are two dangling kind of paddles. And if he hits one, that's the buy. If he hits the other, that's the sell. It's hilarious. I think anybody in Canada has seen it. Actually, he meows at the same time. It's hilarious. That's his technique for. How are we able to scan for reversal? Okay, Nathaniel, I have a scan here. Okay, I have, in fact, hello, Monita, meowing behind me. I don't know if you hear her. Okay, this is my gap continuation or reversal scan. Okay, Nathaniel. Now, this is what it's looking for. So I have 4 scans in here, and I'm sharing this. Okay, I am sharing this on my homepage. So 4 scans. One is a gap up and go. So that is, stock gapped up and it kept moving. Again, when I would say it doesn't mean it's going to move up for the entire day, but when you get the alert, it is starting to move up. Gap down and reverse. That's maybe what you're talking about. So this is stock that gap down and then starts to reverse, kind of like the GTX. Okay, gap up and reverse, just the reverse of that one. It gapped up and now it's starting to move down, and then the gap down and go. It gapped down and then it kept moving down. Okay, so these are the 4 scans that are in here. Now, if you don't care about shorting, if you're just looking for the gap down and reverse, for instance, then you could uncheck all these. Okay, does that make sense? And so for instance, the gap down and reverse, in order to see it, I can open the alert window and I'll show you what it's looking for. Okay. Yeah. So it's looking for the open is at least 50 cents below the previous close. So it's down for the day still, but the open the open is wait a minute. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Jeez. So it's 50 cents below the previous close. Plus that's got to be 4% below the previous close, the open. This is just to keep this earnings filter is just so that I only see stocks. I don't see ETFs, etc. I don't want to see anything in the first 15 minutes because stocks and gap down and up and down, up and down. So I like to have a delay of 15. You don't have to. And that's basically it. Okay, so if all this is met and then the stock makes a new high for the day, remember now, this would be a stock that has moved down and then it's making a new high for the day. Could still be it could be down for the day, like down from the yesterday's close, but making a new high for the day. And again, I'm sharing that. So for instance, if I look at the GTX, please be still down. Well, okay. Now it has just gone positive, okay? But here, this stock was still down for the day, of course, because here's where it closed yesterday. Okay. So it was looking for this, and then it looked at this and said, okay, this looks like a reversal. Now, are they all going to be like this? Of course not. I mean, if they're all like this, then man, it's all I do. But understand too that this was helped. Like a lot of the scans that are going to show reversals helped a lot by what the SPY was doing. So that's another thing you have to keep an eye on. What is the SPY doing? This actually, in theory, turned into kind of my favorite day. A big gap down, and then a kind of a recovery for hours. So again, that is on my homepage. So if you want it, you can have it. It's called the gap continuation or reversal scan. Okay, so there I just I'll click on it. Just click on the link and then scroll down. Now there is another kind of reversal. Okay, so this is the gap continuation or reversal, but I also have bouncers and toppers. Okay, which is more all about candlesticks. Certain number of candlesticks. Like I can't remember if it's a 5 minute or 15. You can take a look at it though. So bouncers and toppers. So a stock that is bouncing will have to have been down several. I think it's 5 minute candles in a row, and then it puts in a high, like a 5 minute high. So you can also take a look at that for a bit of a reversal. And then the toppers is just the reverse stock that's been moving higher and higher and higher. On has to have I can't remember how many, but we'll just I think it's about 5 minute candles in a row up, and then it makes a new low, a 5 minute low, and that could signify the end. Okay, could. I haven't run that one for a while, but all you can do is load it and see what you think. I mean, H said, "Oh, look at this." I mean, there's a tremendous reversal. All right, Oliver should be back soon, guys. So Oliver has maintained that lead. Okay, he's maintained the lead. There's 1 hour left. So I don't know if Oliver is back yet. I'm back. I'm not back. I'm always. I mean, Oliver is saying he is back. So I know what you're going to do, Oliver. You are going to sit on your hands unless something dramatic happens. I'm assuming that's what I would do anyway. Andre has not been able to move for several hours off this. Off this. Now, Oliver, don't forget you have to declare that as a part of your taxable gains, right? Taxable winnings. I'm kind of kidding, but maybe I'm not. I'm sort of kidding. I have no idea. Ah, who's gonna know? 20 so really? So you've got to declare your $2,400 gift certificate that you win. What happens if somebody gives me a $2,400 gift certificate, as a gift? You trying to tell me no, I'm in Canada. I refuse to believe I how are they gonna know? So I go to my local Safeway and I see there's a gift cards all hanging up. And I pick the most expensive one, $1,000 gift certificate for my favorite store, Best Buy. And I give it to somebody. Well, anyway, I didn't mean to open up this one. I thought I was kind of kidding. One huge difference in Canada and you guys, and not that when I win the $10 million lottery up here, I don't have to pay any taxes. You guys have to pay taxes on lottery winnings. So when I win, we'll give you anybody in the room that day. I'll give everybody a $2,400 Amazon gift certificate or gift card. No, it won't be cash. How can I? Of course, we're all kidding here, but I mean, all right. Let's take a look at back. Okay, let's analyze this back right now. Okay, 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, hanging tough. Okay, hanging tough, right on it. No, I didn't say I won. I said when I win the $10 million lottery, I will not have to pay tax on it in Canada. I know you guys have to pay tax on lottery winnings. We don't have to here. We pay tax on a lot of other stuff, but we don't pay. Luckily, we don't pay tax on lottery winnings. That affects a millionth of a percent of the people. You know what? Riley New Highs. That's another one I think that was. Yeah, that was another one on the reversal scan. Okay, another one. And didn't you say something about the wolf pack? I think there's a. Didn't you, William? Didn't you say something like the wolf pack came out with a comment about Riley? I don't see it. A lot of times I'll see it in my headline news. I don't see it saying that the SEC should investigate Riley. Wow. Well, yeah, I mean, just because they came out and said, well, we had an independent auditor look, and they said that independent body, whatever that was, I don't know if it's a law firm, said we did nothing wrong. Of course, that doesn't mean it's true. Oh, okay. Thank you, Wiggle Boss. So Wiggle Boss actually posted that information. Well, it didn't seem to affect it at all. But another one, guys, another gap down reverse. That's okay, computer. You every now and then can go a little crazy. Lore, I think that's the one I forgot to put a price alert on. I did. You know what? I didn't for. Yeah, I think I forgot to put the price alert on it. I had a price alert up here. I must have. I must have forgotten about it or disappeared for some reason. This is the IPO today, and that's a really successful one so far. And you don't have to believe me. 61% in stellar NYSE debut. Because remember, the IPO was priced in the 20s. The IPO was priced, yeah, 24 to 26. So now this is officially a double from there. And the other ones, let's see. Okay, I can tell MRX. Yeah, you can see the difference, guys. You can see the difference. So MRX 18 to 21, and it's sitting at 1931. So there's no enthusiasm for this. Compare that to the 2426 IPO for LOAR at 49 now. And this one also, the RBRK 28 to 31 was what was the range, and it's at 37. So, a little more excitement about that, but no question, this LOAR is the one. Now, what it does tomorrow, who knows? Well, I don't want to call it too early, but I just can't see Andre unless he gets into something that is really starting to move now that you're not aware of, Oliver. Only have another 50 minutes, 5-0. And Oliver is doing exactly the right thing. Notice his open profit is 0. So he's sitting on his hands unless Andre can somehow make a move to close that gap. Good for Mr. G. He is. So what happened here? So if Shady is right, I don't know. I don't think it really moved that much. Just give me a moment. Give me a moment. Well, okay. Well, Mr. G is definitely making a comeback, but unfortunately for him, he was gone all day, but he's making a comeback here. That big negative position is now turned positive. That was a big negative position. It was about, what was it, 50,000, 56,000, I think. The last time I looked, it was minus 56. So that has turned around about 80,000. But I guess it's just too little too late unless something really crazy happens. All right, guys, 311. Aha. Okay, I see what's happening. Okay, with Mr. G. He must have found a way to trade because he said he was going to be gone for the day. So he must have found a way to trade. Yeah, so look at the SPY, guys. So let's take a look at that 10 SMA. So it did close below. It did close below, but now I don't know what Steve does exactly. I don't know if I mean, this was still pretty close. I don't know if it has to, still look at a chart and say, okay, yes, it closed below, but I wanted to take out this right here below that candle because it looks like there was some pretty good support in this area. But look at this. Yes, we're running right through it again. When does my new iMac arrive? Never. Never, 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 never. I'm Android all the way, or well, PC all the way. My wife is a complete Apple person. I'm a complete not non-Apple person with everything I've got, what she's got. Well, Mr. G, interesting. Mr. G is inching his way up. So back. So still got the healthy lead, Oliver. This is Andy. Oh no, this is Andy. This is our Andy. This is an Andrew. I don't know who Andrew is. This is our Andy from Trade Ideas. Dave from Trade Ideas down here. Lazar, who won not the last one, but the one before that. So we'll call it the January contest. Lazar won the January contest, so he's still good, hanging out in the top 10. So I don't know who Andrew is. Well, here's another one. It's probably too late for me. Yeah, it's too late for me to do this. I mean, I maybe should. Well, no, I will hang around. I just wanting to see if Andre can make any sort of a move. I know all of you don't want him to, but I'm just looking to see if any sort of a move. Yeah, Tony, it's fun. We have these. Well, my wife's an architect, so architects are snobs, of course. She's not here right now, so I can say that. But you know, wouldn't disgrace herself using anything other than Apple products. Can't tell you the number of times. Why are you still using that stupid? You call it a laptop. It's not a laptop. The only laptops are Apple's. No, they're not, honey. They're other companies have laptops and they're called laptops. They're called tablets. No, 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 no. No, we're not vegans. I wouldn't mind being one. No electric here. She's not a tree hugger. No, no, no. Not even remotely close. Yeah, that lore. I mean, it'll be interesting tomorrow to see what happens with this. I mean, this is just another stellar, as that Reuters update said. It's a stellar debut. What do they do? Let's take a look at what they do. Okay, lore. What do you do? Industrials. Okay, so we manufacture aviation parts. Okay, aftermarket. Do they manufacture bolts for Boeing, or should they new bolts for Boeing and their doors? So they raised 275 million. So airplane parts. I would not have thought that this would be like such a an interesting IPO, to be honest. The sector, I would not have thought that. All right, so obviously Mr. G is back because he got out of this trade, whatever trade he was in, he got out of it. Now he's sitting in a zero position. He has 40 minutes to go to find the wild one. I have to talk about Mr. G is in our was in our YouTube room yesterday, the last 2 days. So I have to talk about him too. No kidding, Oliver. Seriously. I mean, when we looked last, he was down $50,000 in whatever trade he was in. He got out of it and recouped that and more. See what a gentleman Oliver is, instead of slagging his opponents. But I think it's too little, too late, though. It's amazing, though, isn't it? I mean, Andre has not been able to really budge. I'm surprised he hasn't found something to trade that will, give him a little bit of a pop, forcing you to do maybe something. But he's been at this 106 level for a long time now, and he's in trade. So because you can see right there, he's in a trade. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just checking an email. Holy smokes, guys! I mean, this is a holy smokes. Look at Mr. G now. I was just going to shut down, but well, Oliver, yeah, holy cow, you have access to this, though. I mean, but look what happened. So something, I don't know what happened. He something must have just gone completely against him then in seconds. Wow, that probably gave you a bit of a rush, Oliver. Well, let's bring it up again. I mean, that was amazing. I mean, he was okay. Whatever he's in, he's down now 1,300, but he was up about 35,000 seconds ago, and he was actually in second place, not that far behind. I'll just leave it there for a while. All right, let's keep an eye on this. Can Mr. can Mr. G pull another rabbit out of the hat and make it close again? But Oliver's doing the right thing. I mean, he's still sitting on his hands. Okay, that's what the zero means. He has in nothing right now. Andre is just, I don't know, maybe he's gone or something because he's just stuck here. Well, Oliver remembers. I was it Mohammed's? Was it there a Mohammed in the last one? And he was way up. Like I'm talking way up. And I was thinking inwardly, stop trading. And he kept trading. Like he was up by 300, 400. Now, granted, this is when we had $400,000 available to trade. But still, he was up at 1.34, $500,000. And he just kept trading and trading and trading and giving it all back. And Oliver, classic tortoise and the hare, was tortoising his way up. All right, I'm going to have to. This keeps disappearing every time I click on an alert, so I'm going to have to. So the Loar took out 50, LOAR. Man, here we go. Rubik and Loar debuts mark a rare double for New York. Huh. All they're talking about, I thought they meant double the price, but of course I knew the other one wasn't. But yeah, this is the first time since what 2021. They said that two IPOs same day debut on the New York Stock Exchange. All right, guys. Well, half an hour to go. I think pretty still very secure. Oliver is still very secure, holding that gap over Andre. Hmm. I do see what he's in. All right, guys. So I will stick around almost to the end. Okay. So are there any questions right now? I can answer. Feel free to ask any questions if you have any. I'm just kind of waiting for the contest to be over. Any closer? 27 minutes. I can tell you this, guys, just, and Oliver, I'm sure he doesn't mind my saying this. It seems like shorting is the way to go to win the contest. Okay. I'm looking at all the trades that people made and the ones that are, near the highs of the leaderboard. It's all about shorting. For instance, I mean, if this were still, we were still a lot of time left in this contest. I mean, you'd look at this one, Shim, okay? Look at it. I mean, you have to think at some point it's going to fall. Now, the highs right there, 406, the high right there, 418. I'd probably wait to see if it took out four a little bit. And if it could not take out four, I mean, for contest purposes, I mean, if you were just starting out, that'd be about 25,000 shares you could short if you're just starting out and see what happens. I feel betrayed, Oliver. But that's how you win a contest, guys. You've got to probably find these ones that have gone really parabolic and just and try to maybe time a top a bit. Not easy, but I mean, you can kind of see right here, this could be topping out. You mean in the contest? No, no. You know, yeah. I mean, your broker does. Remember, it's in a simulator, so you're not charged anything. Wow. Tomorrow for sure. Now, granted, it probably won't get a day like today where we had a big gap down. And I mean, we're still down. I mean, excuse me. I feel like we're positive. Okay, the way the market is rebounded, I feel like we're positive. The SPY is still down. Dow is down 350. Nas, though, you see what's happening. I mean, remember now, a lot of tech stocks in the SPY. So that's why the Nas now is only down 89. The so-called value stocks are still getting shellacked a bit. I don't know about that. I mean, I think last contest, I can't remember if we had a long only contest. I think we did. I'm just saying it seems that those shorting, trying to find the parabolic moves and shorting them If you're going to be in a contest, that is probably what you should look for. I mean, certainly, I think we had a long only contest, and people did very well too. They might even be looking at the just the reverse, playing big bounces, stocks that were beaten up, and then playing a big bounce. I doubt very much in the next one there'll be any. You do what you want, long, short. The only thing I would change a little bit is, okay, I understand why they didn't allow pre-market trading. Okay, I do understand that. The reason being is that too many people didn't understand that, they're trying to trade in the pre-market and they're going in as a market order, and you can't do that. You have to go limit order. And so our support people were getting inundated. Well, I'm trying to place a trade and I don't understand. It's not going through. Not understanding that is basic market mechanics. So I did get that. However, I would say that after the first day, especially if you've held something overnight, you should be able to get out of it in the pre-market if you want to, especially if it's, you know, you're in a huge profit position and then you start to see it move a bit against you. It still requires that you understand you can only go limit out, but that's the only thing I would change. So this is what it feels like to hang out till 4 o'clock. I haven't done this in a long time. I think the last contest I did because it was so wild at the end. The last 15 minutes were wild. Yeah, I'm gonna be like the pundits when, they're calling elections. I declare this for Oliver. Paris sells off as the Sundance merger is closer. Wow, no kidding. What a sell-off. So why is it selling? I mean, I haven't been I mean, I remember all this over here. I sort of remember all that. So what, the market's not liking this merger, or they're thinking the merger should be at a higher price with somebody else? Like what's the deal? Those of you who have paid more attention to it than I have. Yeah, now I sort of remember because wasn't an original price on it about 18 for the merger? Not necessarily with Skydance, but I thought I remember Shady talking about this one, and it looked like it was supposed to be around 18. But again, I don't know if it was Skydance that was involved. And so obviously 12 is less than 18. I'm sure Shady knows because he was pretty jacked up about that. I mean, this was these days right here, these weeks right here, and it got up to almost 17 and a half. Well, the way I look at it, it's only Mr. G, I think, that has a shot because I know what Andre's in. I don't think it's going to move for him. And so this one that Mr. G is in, it's the only one that might have but it's going to require a lot of volume in the last 20 minutes in the direction he wants. So I think, as I said, I've declared Oliver basically the winner. You know, this shim, look at this shim. Just another, I have to watch this one tomorrow. I mean, it's got room on a day. It's, sorry, backed off my mic. It's got some room. This is after getting like really hit hard. That week, the week of March 25th and then April 1st, and steadily moving down. So this week, put in a bottom. So, Oliver, as you're looking at your watch, is every minute is every minute that goes by like an hour? All right, 15 minutes. Well, I know what Mr. G is in. Okay, I do know that. I'm not going to say, of course, but I do know what he's in. I know what Andre is in. I'm just not obviously. I'm not going to say anything, but just a minute, please. All right, back. All right, let's get this leaderboard up. So, yeah, Mr. G is, fine. 13 minutes though. This was an AI alert, BRFH, as a short. There weren't many shares available. 11 minutes and 40 seconds. I'd been Andre, I would have got it. I mean, maybe he's not around. That's the only thing I can think of. He's not around because, I know what he's in. I would have got out of it and I would have tried to find something else, but it must not be around. Maybe he's just not aware of. Well, okay. You know what I like? I love to see Oliver finish first and Mr. G finish second. That's what I like. I don't know Andre. Okay. I'm sure he's a fine fellow, but he's not in our room, so I don't know him. So I'd love to see Mr. G somehow finish second. Ah, no, it's all or nothing. All or nothing. No second place. But I think if Mr. G finished second, I think we should do a GoFundMe because he has a tremendous comeback. True enough. True enough, Oliver. True enough. But you have there you are. Mr. G is making an appearance. Yeah, that's what I mean, Shady. Mr. G is in our YouTube room. We've been well, I have to say something. Yeah, I don't think Andre's around. As Mr. G's in our YouTube room, he's saying, "I'm driving and trading. It's hard enough sitting down and trading." So, kudos to you. You gave us a real moment there too, Mr. G, because you flashed up so briefly that I think you were only about 15,000 behind him, behind Oliver, and then he went right back down. So you probably didn't see that. But I will say this, guys. I mean, unfortunately, Andre has only made 9 trades and you're supposed to make 10. He probably didn't know. So you had to make 10 different like 10 different stocks. Well, only 5 more rings to go, Oliver. Okay. What did Brady get? 6 or 7? So only 5 more to go. Yeah, I'll miss the contest, guys. I have a lot of fun. It's just not seeing the leaderboard, but, checking to see what people are trading and this and that. It's, kind of fun. So I'm really hoping we'll do one next, I'm hoping this now will be the monthly. But remember, Oliver, anybody can win one, anybody can win two. Can you win three? And of course, I'm kidding. Well, at the end, no, you don't have to close anything. But at the end, at 4 o'clock, right here, this is what Mr. G is at 84. He doesn't have to. This is what it'll be at the end. You don't have to close anything. Oh, and my headphones are dying. Just give me a moment. Which is not a big deal. I just have to take them out. I have flying, no sound, but nothing is going to happen now anyway. 5 minutes. Come on, Mr. G, pull over to the side of the road and make some crazy trade. He might have been trying to do that. So I think that, if it holds like this, as long as Andrew doesn't take over, I think Mr. G will actually finish second, okay? According to the rules, because unfortunately, Andre only made 9 trades. All right, guys, another 3 minutes and then I'm out of here. Thanks a lot for those of you who, maybe were tired of the contest. Again, we do this well, hopefully we're going to do it once a month for 3 days. The contest started on Tuesday, and whoever made the most money at the end of the 3 days wins a $2,400 Amazon gift certificate. So it's a little bit fun for me, certainly. I hope it's a little bit fun for some of you who are listening and following along. It only costs $7.77 to enter the contest. If you're a premium subscriber, you're automatically entered if you want to. No problem. I'm not going to be here for 4:15 though, William. So William will keep the. You know what I'll do in case somebody's in YouTube that wants to. William will keep the main room open until 4:15. He wants to see what the was it Google earnings. I guess that's coming up. So he'll keep the room open. Let me just put that room, the trading room, link into our YouTube room. So again, the main room will be open for another 15 after I shut down. It's not the number of it's the number of, stocks traded, JMac, okay? It's a number of stocks that have traded. It's not the number of trades. You had to do 10 different stocks, okay? So this is not the number of, well, that total trades refers to the number of different stocks. All right. Well, 18 seconds. All right, guys. Well, again, congratulations, Oliver. Well done again. I can't wait to see what you do next time. Okay. And Mr. G just sneaks into. I'm going to call him second though, because unfortunately, Andre only did 9 trades, nine different stocks. So anyway, thanks, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. The room will be open for another 15 minutes. Not the YouTube room. I'll shut that down. I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. So have a great evening, and we will see you tomorrow. I'll put myself on mute now. Okay, YouTubers. Now I'm shutting you guys down.